started off with an absolute banger. Had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock on the Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam! Welcome back to the second night here of the PUBG Asia Super Cup Grand Finals. Already 6 games through. We've still got 18 though to play, which is good news for the teams that, well, last night didn't start in the hottest of fashion. Certainly a couple of teams did, and from one particular region, Russell, Thailand absolutely dominating on night 1.
Thailand dominated, and we got some incredibly wacky games last night as well. So hoping we can repeat that going into tonight.
Yep, let's of course go to the tournament explainer for what's going to be again. It's something that's been on for a while now. So those that have been following, those that have been watching, clearly should be familiar with the setup at the moment. But the group stage into the last chance quals, into the grand finals, which is where we're at the moment.
Yeah, we're in the grand finals. No messing around anymore. Very simple. Wherever you place is where you come. No more top 8, bottom 8. It's quite simple from now on.
Yeah, and to the prize pool, of course, $100,000 USD is exactly and the only thing that these teams are playing for. No PGS pathways, no PGC pathways, which, you know, obviously that you do have to kind of take stock to that. I think it's something to worth to bring up. But I look at this tournament, and we've spoken about it, Russell. This really is kind of a curtain raise of 2024. And you think about what's the best way for these players to improve, to practice, to get ready for this year. Well, I mean, $100,000 obviously does that.
Yeah, it's a fantastic way to warm up. You're getting paid to warm up and getting paid to practice. And I mean, look, it's viable to climb up to any amount of money in this tournament as well. So it's a fantastic way to start 2024.
It certainly is. Now, of course, we had last night's action. We'll go to the highlights here for those that did miss it. We begun with the first couple of games of the grand final, and it was certainly a very hotly contested lobby. Started off a little bit top heavy to begin with, especially when we had quite a lot of teams winning in big fashions. Russell, second game, Newhouse with a 13-kill win, then Purple Mood with a 15-kill win. So teams were picking up a large amount of points pretty early on. Lots of Panther Fausting from last night's action as well, all across Tago, even back on to Miramar as well. But certainly the kind of up and down sort of night I think we were anticipating, right? And for a couple of reasons. One being, for a lot of these teams, first time really, you know, playing in this particular lobby, those from the group stage, those from the LCQ, and also it's been a week. Well, it was last night at least a week's break. So it's not too surprising that for a couple of teams it did take a little while to get going.
Yeah, I suppose we didn't really mention it last night, but it probably was a bit of a harsh reality or a rough entrance, I suppose, into the grand finals for a couple of the teams we thought would do well, like your Cerberus and your Burrams, who eventually kind of picked it up. But yeah, I feel like probably they came into last night maybe not complacent, but certainly a little bit relaxed, and then of course they kind of got brought up back to reality, I suppose, with Purple Mood Armory and a bunch of other teams doing as well as they did.
Yeah, this leaderboard really highlighting the up and down nature of night 1, really putting it into perspective. When you kind of look at FW Esports getting that win, that was game number 1 of the night. Russell looked good, 8 kills. Then only cracked the top 10 once after that, which was a 9th place finish, so you got nothing for it anyway. But then after that win, 11-9, 11-12, 13 with just a couple of kills, dropping into the bottom 8 positions despite that win. The Expendables as well. We've spoken at length throughout this tournament that consistency is just something that they've kind of lacked. Again, having the chops to go and get that win on Miramar, second last game of the night. How do they follow it up? How do they back it up? 9th place, 0 kills, and they too find themselves in the bottom 8. Looking at the brighter side of things though, Purple Mood, Armory Gaming, T5 all looked great, and 2 of them without even finding wins.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually quite stellar when you see those zeros there on the leaderboard. But yeah, I mean, I think we touched on it a bit last night as well. It probably highlights Vietnam's ability to have incredibly high peaks and then also quite low lows, and probably highlights Thailand's pretty dominant peak, I suppose. And then obviously probably their floor is probably a little bit higher than Vietnam's as well. So you've got to take that into account.
Yeah, obviously, interesting was Fury, 9 placement points inside of the top 8. There's not the best start to the night in terms of I guess, an aspect that they're usually pretty good at, which is staying alive, getting into those late game scenarios. We'll go to our head-to-head graphics for tonight, and it's probably a bit of a downer. Last night was all about sort of showcasing the top teams. Well, one night in, 6 games in, and it's a little bit of a look in towards the teams in the bottom 3, 2 of which we'll have a look at now. X-Men being one of them. Dead last. Little bit better in the final game, 3rd place, 1 kill, but their results last night, Russell, 15th, 14th, 8th, 1 kill, 16th, 10th. I mean, it was a rough night for these guys who had such an incredible group stage performance.
Yeah, I was going to say their group stage was fantastic. And when you look at these names here as well, Leo and Sophia, who is Pain from the old Gex roster, and then Tarnished is Lin as well. Like, those are some history names in PUBG, experienced names as well. So you'd think going into a lobby like this, they'd be able to pull something together, whether it was a little bit disjointed or not, but they just haven't been able to do that yet.
And they haven't. The other team that also struggling, or at least struggled last night through the 6 games, Unicorn Cyber. This was a team that I expected a little bit more out of, coming out of the last chance qualifiers, did some really good things, and especially as they can do it on both sides of the field, both placement points, both kills as well. Finished 3rd in the LCQ, and they had an okay group stage performance. I think one reason probably why they're struggling, and ironically it's a player that's not on this now, Sapow's not part of this roster at the moment. He hasn't really been playing this tournament, but Demon has, and he top frags back in the Vietnam series so far through the grand finals, 0 kills through 6 games. So your top fragger has 0 kills through the first 6 games of this grand final performance. I think that's a quite large indicator as to why maybe Unicorns. The others actually all doing okay. I mean, at least evenly. 3 kills for Destroy, 3 kills for Chu, 3 kills for Whodat. But where's Demon? Where's that top fragger? Where's the performance that we've seen from him time and time again for a team that I think, again, has shown really good qualities to be able to live, get to the late game, along with getting kills. And they clearly haven't been able to put it together so far. Just the 16 points for them, 7 of them from placement, 9 from kills. So even in their dismal start, they're still finding a way to actually be quite even. 2 placement points short of 6th place Fury. We'll go for tonight, which is going to be a little bit of a reversal, somewhat. It's basically just Erangel and Miramar flipping.
Yeah, nothing too major here. I mean, look, again, we mentioned it yesterday. We can talk about comfort picks and priority maps, I suppose, when we get into the later stages of the tournament, but no one is going to be thinking about that right now, least of all the players who are going to be thinking about that right now. So, yeah, I mean, there's a couple teams that I think, I mean, look, Newhouse had their most points on Erangel. They had 33, and then, who was it on Miramar? EXO had most on Miramar with their win to close out last night. But there's not much you can take from that after 6 games and only 4 of them being played on Erangel and Miramar. Not much you can take. I think that's a stat we can look at after tonight when you've played 4 of each. That's something we can look at. But for now, look, I don't think anyone's exceptional on any map that we can at least speak about.
No, I definitely agree with that. I think it's far too early on. We haven't really seen enough, I think, even throughout the tournament, because when you kind of look at each stage in itself, 12 games, then 12 games, when you've got different lobbies all rotating, this is not like the old days, Russ, where it used to be, 36 plus games. Some tournaments, especially in the EU, were like 60 plus, and then you could really statistically break down the difference between the Erangel and the Miramar performance, and you would get some really good sample size to really sort of highlight the teams that were better on, say, the respective maps. Then you also have to take into account there's Tago, there's Vikendi. So there's just so much going on in modern PUBG where you can't just sort of break down as we're a Miramar team or we're an Erangel team. It probably just more so ends up being statistically throughout a tournament, we just happen to do a little bit better on Erangel this time or a little bit better on Miramar. We're going into game number 1 for the night. Second night of the grand final here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Again, overall 24 games of action. We do not return tomorrow night, but we do come back on the weekend to close things out. So 6 games tonight, and then the 12 games on the weekend. So again, not quite do or die, but as much as we talk about it being a bit of a marathon, 24 games instead of the 12 that we've had in the other portions of this bracket, by the end of tonight, we're halfway through. So you do not want to be bottom 4, bottom 5.
I was feeling it last night. I was feeling last night like, okay, a couple of these teams are going to be feeling the pressure, and that was night 1. So yeah, night 2, absolutely more pressure is on them objectively, but I think when you look at the leaderboard as well, I mean, they're going to have to start picking it up. If you didn't do it night 1, I feel like you kind of have to do it here. Otherwise, the teams at the top are going to start building those gaps. And with 24 games to play total, the top teams are going to continue to build those gaps. The top teams aren't going to have a massive historical downfall to like 10th place, as we see. Something that will probably put one of these teams in 10th place, maybe worse, is the RXC and Q Confirm hot drop. And this time round, oh my god, look at that, the kill feed. It's all QC, man. The Panzerfaust comes out as well. Bao LP with the M9 is the only recovery, and he goes down 2. That was very quick.
Yeah, you lose 1 for it. Leon's got floshed by the pistol of Bao LP, but it's a win for Q Confirm and a very quick one. 4 kills for 1, you'll typically take that, especially in a hot dropping scenario. We saw this last night, both Hacienda and the compound south of Hassi too, which was a big standoff between both of the two teams. And we know Umri Gaming, they are close by. They like to kind of look at this situation. Not much to look at. They would see the kill feed. They'd know it'd be a quick wipe. And yeah, not the start for RXC, but you know, this is the thing, though. Realistically, if you're RXC, you're a team that's done well historically in this tournament with early game fighting. You just kind of lose the drop. And also, truthfully, I think when you kind of look at the two teams holistically, you probably would say Q Confirm's the better team on paper. So the best chance for a team like RXC to kind of get a leg up is to just back yourself in, get the hot drop game going, try and get some really good luck, probably, in terms of picking up your guns, getting a couple of kills, get scrappy, try and take that drop. Both teams know that they're dropping there, so it's not a surprise factor. We spoke about that last night, but for RXC, they do lose it pretty convincingly. And look, we got another Miramar game after this. Do they keep going back? I don't know. I honestly don't know. RXC is really difficult to predict.
It's funny because every time we see RXC in a hot drop situation or a rough spot early game, we're going to say, oh, well, they have nothing to lose, so they can, you know, they can take this fight. Well, you know, they have everything to gain. But we're going to continue saying that game after game after game, and they're going to continue to have nothing to lose and everything to gain. But every time that happens, it seems like they remain in 15th to 16th place. And so, yeah, you kind of have to think about it realistically and go, okay, at some point you got to give it up. Yeah, look, you're taking early game fights, you want to get something done, but if you're not getting anything done, at some point you got to give it up, right? Just for your tournament's sake. As I said, and I've said multiple times, this tournament, the way the money is spread out, you can climb up into 11th place, which I believe it goes from 2 to 3K in 11th place. That you can climb up to 11th from 15th or 16th, even if it's looking quite dire. Just have a fantastic last day or second last day, and you can find yourself up in that spot. So if I actually want to do that climb, then yeah, they've got to start considering their options, I think.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case, not just for RXE, but for a lot of these teams. If you kind of look at that leaderboard right now and you think, you know, just randomly looking at like the expendables as they're on our screen, although Dankoa Gaming driving by, Hoang has also caught Delwyn. Nice spray. That was clean with the AWP, gets the kill. Delwyn is going to lose his life. And I was just about to say, for the Expendables, a team that are clearly having consistency issues throughout this tournament, their best is really good. Their best is good enough that they could go and drop 60 to 70 points tonight. You go and do that, you're likely then top 4, top 5 halfway through the tournament. And I think that really kind of highlights a team that can jump from sort of middle of the pack to the top end by the end of tonight. Not the best of starts, a bit of a cast to curse. They lose Delwyn. Dankoa get themselves a nice little gift and puts them equal now with QC as well, both on 24 points. But yeah, I mean, you're going to have like a 20-point game right now. If you're Dankoa, you're going to jump up into like the top 7. So you can go from 12 to 7 in just one game. That's how quick things can change with this lobby.
You can jump up to 4th or 5th at this rate with a 20-point win. Nice 10 kills. It's definitely doable. Nice start to the tournament for Hoang. Not too bad for DK as well. Good spot, I would reckon, in this zone. Definitely something they can work with. I mean, it is central. I'm a fan of that spot, but it can be quite dodgy. I think late game, it's just really hard to leave. If the circle goes hard north, hard south, then you're kind of in a tough spot, but they can work with it for the moment at least. And you're going to have to resort to, I guess, all the compounds around it. Right now, they're split. You can see Tanvu here all on his own, taking it on Nuaja. Leo down the bottom as well for the X-Men. He wants to get this onto Nuaja. This is probably just a recovery play. He's in this spot regardless, so he may as well try for it. Try get that 1-for-1. Nuaja's messing with his vehicle right now as well. No idea Tanvu's here. Just backing off, or... Yeah, okay. He's backing off. For his own good, he's going into Cantera. And those are very risky, unrealistic shots to take. The DMR would do better. But it doesn't look like Nuaja's going to give himself up just yet.
Yeah, and I think this is just kind of the Expendables in a nutshell, right? It's probably their personality as a team. They go for these frags. They don't have as much of an emphasis on the placement points compared to actually their kill points that we know that they're more than capable of getting. In saying that, they haven't really been able to get the kills flowing either in this grand final. Yeah, I'll buy it. It's been 6 games, but they've only had the 12 kills. That's actually a really low rate for a team like the Expendables, and it probably doesn't help when you're losing players like Delwyn early to DK. Now, Tanvu, he's been their standout. He's been a really good player to watch this tournament. Knows, obviously, that Nordra is close by himself, just south of Kintara. Nordra is probably dead here 9 times out of 10, barring some kind of luck intervention. Like, he needs to just be able to walk away from this, get in his vehicle, drive away. If he pushes down this hill, this little house, he's dead. It's as simple as that.
Probably going to happen, too. Natural loot path progression. He's been quite disciplined now, though. You'd see some players stop in this building and go, well, there's not much loot in here. I'll go to the other 2 buildings and be a little bit greedy, but not Naraja. He's pretty set for the moment, but yeah, it is the natural pathing for this player to do it. I think he's about to step on Tanvu. Would be worst case scenario if Tanvu was to miss. You can see that little ridge in front of him. I wonder if that's going to play a factor. There's maybe a little bit of a gap where Noadra could run past that ridge to that door if Tanvu misses shots. Canaxi's here, though. This is going to make things a little bit more difficult, maybe a bit more easier. A bit of a much clearer target, but that had to be clean, and it absolutely was not.
Yeah, Canaxi lives and half health, and now it's a 2-on-1. Nordra does get knocked. Tanvu can't get around the corner. He's going to lose his life, and that probably just sums things up for the Expendables throughout this tournament, at least before the grand final. Yeah, Duckjuice trying to make his way in to remonstrate and see if he can get something out of this, because already a game that the Expendables are not really going to be able to get a whole lot. Nordra gone, dead.
Oh, the nade.
777 and Duckjuice. It's actually going to be a 777. Tanvu technically gets the kill. That was the flush onto Nordra. Canaxi falls to Duckjuice, and Buriram are going to lose out as well. So for both Buriram and the Expendables, 2 for 2 in theory. I mean, Buriram only claimed the 1 kill, but both down to 2 players remaining. Not ideal for both of these teams.
Very decisive recovery from TE there. They knew that 1 player was downed and they backed themselves to get the final kill, and they absolutely did that. DK, they started off well, but look at them now, spread out from the compound. Pressured by Cerberus, and FW on the backside as well. Jun goes down. It's probably honestly a recovery mission from DK there. Jun went down, don't know how. Haisaki was here close to get that cheeky knock, and then DK tried to get the res, but it didn't work out. Now they're stuck in this bowl. They should be able to leave it. Minimilk will cover from the compound. Huang Long distance isn't going to be able to do too much to DK, and no one's going to commit to any other fights here. They're just going to go their separate ways. Haisaki got exactly what he wanted out of that, and he's going to back off to a fantastic compound as well.
Yeah, and no high mass again for Cerberus, but they showed last night that it's not just the one-man show, and we obviously already knew that. A really talented team, you know, best in Vietnam, really. I know there's Genius Esports, but in terms of longevity factor, and we know obviously the likes of Taikon, I think Huang Long has obviously been really good since coming in as a substitute. Maybe the first night when they only got the 25 points, no high mass, Huang Long comes in, didn't have as much of an impact, but ever since then, Huang Long's actually been statistically one of the better players on the roster, excluding that opening night. A sneak attack with a spray, that's just going to be a little bit ambitious. Nil T gets a quick drive-by. But yeah, going back to the Expendables, Russell, it's really summarized their tournament. You go back to the LCQ, they had 76 kills through the 12 games, 29 placement points. It's a large discrepancy, but that's fine. You're getting the kills. They technically second fragged, despite finishing 5th. But you go now look at the first 6 games of this, 12 kills, 13 placement points. I mean, that's a big change in terms of the actual ratio of where their points are being distributed from throughout the games being played. So the kills have dropped off dramatically. Placement points, yeah, about the same. So clearly it's just not winning the fights, not being as clean. Obviously, nice job there, I think, from 777 Duckjuice to just sense that, okay, there's a bit of blood in the water there. Buriram player still knocked. We're close by. Let's get over there. That's good play. That's what we expect from TE. They just haven't been able to do it for long periods of time throughout this grand final. Again, it's been early days. We're only into game 7. But it goes quickly. If you can't turn that form around, you will find yourself in the bottom end of the leaderboard. Yeah.
I think probably on paper as well, it's just objectively harder to get kills in a lobby where all the players are as talented as you, if not more talented for some of them. All right, well, the circle has gone the way it's gone. Cerberus is loving life at the moment. They're probably going to keep their 2-2 split. No reason not to. Be as greedy as you can. When you know it's hard for teams to breach you and it's easy for you to regroup. Speaking of breaches, X-Men, they need to start off hot, but there's a Panzer Faust on Opons. Shot from a distance though, DK a menace as ever, and Petret will open it up. Leo goes down. That is not what you want. X-Men's on the defense here, keep in mind. Q confirms the one breaching. That was so sharp. Don't know how that happened. That's a quick turnaround from Opons as well with the Panzerfaust. No way. QC gets this done. Pain. What are you going to do, my friend? Backside of the building, under pressure. Lost all their teammates. 1v1. Around the corner. Oh nice. My God.
And that's what QC needed as well, Russell. Opons was struggling last night. Standout player for Q Confirm, and he's able to now have 3 kills, 8 in total for Q Confirm after dealing with RXC in the hot drop. I mean, those are the little things that are eventually going to turn things around for Q Confirm. And yeah, the Panzerfaust was so impactful, and well, that's half of our highlighted teams gone early. X-Men still remain dead last. They also, like RXC, have just struggled in these early game fights, even though they really were successful back at the group stage. That's really where X-Men's strengths were in these early game fights. Clearly not to be here against QC. Minute and a half until phase 3, 12 minutes in, only the 49 alive. I was having a quick look as well to try and see as to maybe the reasoning why HiMass is again not playing. I can't quite find the reasoning. I think they're just clearly an emphasis to give Huang Long time. Young standout player from the academy. They really want to put some games into him, and I like that. These are the kind of tournaments where I think we're clearly seeing from a lot of these APAC teams, use your substitutes. If you're a 5 to 6 man roster, if you've got some young talent, these are the kind of tournaments you want to really bring them in. And if he performs as he is right now, then suddenly you've got extra options for those PGS and PGC pathways.
Yeah.
Although Cerberus won't need that as much, but you get the idea.
Yeah, true. They are GPT now. They've got a free ride for the rest of the year at least. I mean, you wouldn't replace anyone on Cerberus, potentially. I mean, we could speculate.
Oh, bro, the way he's playing right now, Huang Long is top fragging and top damage dealer for Cerberus through the first 6 games. So if that's your academy sub, then some of the more standout, and I'm going to be honest, I think Haisaki's the one I could see them dropping. He was the one dropped back in the group stage. So it was Taikon, Salelzi, Huang Long, and HiMass, and that's when they dominated. That particular roster of Cerberus got them 61 points in a night and got them into the top 8 and into the grand final. So clearly experimenting, clearly trying to mix things up, and I think they've found something with Huang Long. He is a really good player already in a roster that's absolutely stacked.
It does seem like every time we spectate Cerberus, I looked bottom left and Huang Long has like 3 kills every single time. He seems very consistent. That circle favors Fury quite a lot. That said, they'll be low ground. The Dust Storm gives a very solid opportunity to everyone on the west and eventually everyone on the east to rotate into the circle uncontested. It's going to cause chaos, don't get me wrong, but if you wanted to make a quick rotate and you know the map by hand, which all these players should, then you can rotate through the Dust Storm and get it done. Fury's doing that exact thing now. They're not going to get shot at regardless, but this Dust Storm certainly helps. NGE regrouping as well on the upper side of the mini-map. Looking at the map stream right now, PLM regrouping, Cerberus have regrouped finally. The circle dictates it. NHE stuck on the northwestern side. T5 moving into the southwestern side. It's all 4-man rosters moving into really good compounds at the moment. They are all getting taken up. So everyone on the east, the northeast as well, is where I'm kind of looking at as it's been shifted off that direction. Obviously, you're looking at those teams figuring out how they're going to get into the zone. There are edge spots in this zone that you can take, but they're edge spots that once the zone shifts or gets smaller, I suppose, those edge spots are going to be really hard to get out of because you're really just looking inwards at compounds with 4 people inside them. So looking at EXO to try to figure that out. DK as well as Unicorn Cyber, who need fantastic nights. QC, though, straight down the road.
Yeah, I think you're right, 100%. The eastern side's going to see the logjam of edge teams because if you go too far out towards Chumacera, there's really not much room to move, and then you've got those compounds already occupied anyway, so then you haven't got a lot of room. The Blues at your back, you're trying to push forward, you've got multiple teams looking and shooting at you. Best chance would be to try and slip in as early as possible, which is what I think Armory Gaming are maybe trying to do, coming in on the north side of Chumacera. Spray from Who Dat here for Unicorn Cyber. Keep the eyes. Actually, well, Sapau's actually in, so Demon's been dropped. I guess with the performance that he put in last night. So Sapau back in. Didn't even notice that. First time really seeing UNC. As Pedret has got himself a pull-up here. QC's been good this game as a trio. No Opons, though. He's knocked out, and Petret's angle's been spotted by the very man in Sapau. Obviously, a lot of experience for him, and Destroyer will just easily get the kill. Petret was just in a bit of an off-angle position, so much of an off-angle, though, that he was actually visible to someone else. Good spray from Cheeksking, and gets the knock. That's a really good spray. Red dot M4 from that distance onto who that. He's getting pushed on, throws the underarm nade, has the shotgun as well. Now doesn't push in, holds the ankle. He loses to the shotgun, though. Okay, now Cheeksking makes this a 1 versus 1.
I was about to compliment QC, 8 kills, job done, but they made it 9. Cheeksking putting in work. That double barrel is deadly at this kind of range. Brew around wanting to get involved as well. Unicorn Cyber, it could have been a lot cleaner than it was, but it certainly wasn't. Who dat definitely shouldn't have lost his life there. Excellent spray from Cheeksking. Sawed off shotgun v shotgun if it comes to that. He wants to get his flush though, make it 10 kills. Oh my god, he almost didn't survive there. He should be able to get it. All right, secure 10 kills. Chu, he might risk his own life running down here to get the last QC player. Jump over the rock. Oh, and he can't get it. No shot. Oh, he can. No way. Cheeksking doesn't get away with that. That was his lifeline, and he didn't get it done.
Yeah, that was very close. Very, very close. I thought once the shotgun didn't get the kill, that was surely going to be it for Chu, but clearly not. Although, I don't know if he's going to live much longer here. Can spots him, and Can will kill him. That goes Unicorn Cyber Esports. A little bit better, 3 kills for them. I was having a little bit of a look back. They too have been experimenting with their lineups, Russell. They've basically been playing 5-man roster with Chu, Hudat, Demon, Destroy, and Zapao. Zapao did play back in the group stage, did not play in the last chance qualifiers, though, where I thought Unicorn Cyber were probably at their best, actually. In the roster, he didn't play... Demon, didn't play in the last chance qualifiers. Demon played back in the group stage, but Demon did play last night and clearly didn't work for them. 0 kills. He's back out. Sapao's back in, and I guess a little bit better. 3 kills. Not the kind of performance they would have been like to see, the way that they did lose that fight in the end. Samurai Gaming pushing onto Teraton 5. Hard spot to push, though, with T5 having such a high ground advantage. So all you can really do is kind of throw nades up, hope that maybe someone like Dynasty can just kind of block them from pushing over the hill and looking down. Nades get thrown down, though. Neil T gets involved for Newhouse. This push, by the way, happened like 3 minutes ago as well. So this has been going on for a while. It's
been going on for quite some time. I thought we would have seen the conclusion, but Armory Gaming's been surviving. T5 hasn't overextended, pushed over the ridge. So they haven't given really any massive advantage up to Armory. Armory are so chill as well. They're focused on other things, so totally okay from them. T5, though, you can see them on the minimap all grouped up, making sure Armory can't make any push. And to be fair, that's the only push that Armory can really make is up that hill. The further they go, the more exposed they are to the entire server. Their only other option really is to push deeper, go up on top of those rocks to the southwest, or potentially that dip towards the road. We'll move over to NGE and NHE, doing their best to defend the Prio at the moment. And Kai out in the open, stuck behind the car. Bit of an off angle, but he's kind of hoping that someone peeks those windows or goes out into this open alley here. Back to Armory Gaming as well. It's time for T5 to push over and finish this elongated fight.
Oh, Kai, he gets shot in the back after he got the knock on to T1706. Hung Fong Do to push out. Last of life now for Generation Esports. Newhouse has been good. It is a 1 versus 1, though. Does he back himself in? The flash, the timing. I think the right idea, but the execution of it was a little bit poorly timed. As soon as he pulls the pin, Udert just runs out, gets the kills, and NHE 4 kills, 47 points, and continuing really from a good night 1 into a night 2. And for Armory Gaming, no Jame, wrist knock, not really good position either. This is just classic Miramar for them, coming in second best to Chumacera. T5 blocking the high ground. Really, Armory Gaming, this is probably less to do with them, more to do with just the terrain. And there was really nowhere else for them to go.
Worst positions, basically. Is there any other option? They know that if they kill T5, they have that high ground. So Cerberus and NHE sharing the compound. Cerberus definitely with the better position inside the compound. And they're being patient as well. A couple teams here not risking members. Don't want to lose anyone in a circle like this. You know you need as many people as you can have. Because you know eventually you're going to have to take a fight that you probably don't want to take. Cerberus might end up finding themselves underneath the church if they eventually win this fight, but a couple good smokes, so you can see that cross there. It'll be very easy for NHE to get across. There's only one player in the brick as well inside the gym. They can isolate Sololzy if they wanted to. They could probably even come all the way over to the long building, take out Huang Long and his teammate inside the long building and get it done from there too. Couple options here for NHE, but I think Cerberus' defense is going to be rock solid. TE, yeah, not many other options. Car's on fire. You're going to have to stop in the middle of the road. Hope that smoke lives for a little bit longer than you do, but it won't, and neither will TE. Fury will take both of those kills, and, well, I guess that result was expected when we saw them.
Yeah, a little bit better, at least from, you know, the likes of 777 in this particular game. He had a struggle last night, no kills. Obviously, Duckjuice has still been playing pretty well, but the Expendables consistency issues have been quite evident throughout the grand finals for a team that's also got quite an extensive roster. They haven't actually really been using that extensive roster in the grand final. No Brownie, no Ninja 2K either as well, Ross. So, like, they've got the players if they do want to kind of bring them in. They have elected not to, though, as Tycon. Just watching NHE while the smoke is kind of up. Udirt made the cross. Udirt, though, as he was about to throw that nade, don't be surprised if he ends up dying to it. He does, so he's gone. 4 kills now for Cerberus. A bit of vintage Tycon. Sololzy playing a bit more higher up inside of this building. He can throw the smokes in to block the stairwell. Tycon can then play from the garage location. Not a whole lot Thanawat can do from here. He can be a nuisance, but hard to make an impact with so many players running around.
Perfect from Tycon. If you want to get really nerdy, you could argue NHE should have kept one outside watching for a flank like that, but they didn't. Tycon takes his moment. And, I mean, that obliterates the entire NHE push. Look at them now. Huddled together, stuck inside that garage, completely stuck. Cerberus can leave this building entirely if they wanted to, back off to the long building in the double. But they're not going to. They know they have the advantage. Get out of the top rooms, avoid the nades. That's all they really have to do. NHE, look at that choke point. It's a door or it's on the outside of the buildings, which are as risky, if you ask me. But they weren't watching the stairs, doesn't matter. Sololzy gets it. There's only one up. He's 2 HP, and his teammate gets it as well. Tycon, what a perfect defense from Cerberus. It was a little bit risky staying inside this building. They could have backed off, but I think they realized that probably would have just wasted more time than anything. So they stay inside and get it done just that easy.
Yep. Really well played. Bit of smoke for Huang Long. 6 kills now for Cerberus. And to think that there's probably a roster iteration here that's even better than what we're seeing if you were to include Hymas.
Yeah, kind of insane.
Yeah, it does kind of show how strong they can be. Purple Mood, though, the top team from night 1 in a good position.
Oh!
Shakes gets himself a double, plus the run over. Luke 12 technically getting the kill on to Dynasty, and Fury stay alive. Got the double knock, won't be able to benefit from it as Armory Gaming go out in 3rd place at the moment, 59 points overall.
That goes for physics.
And yeah, T5 now pushing up this hill, so a bit of a taste of their own medicine. Waiki Kamuka, though, he can't find the revive. There's only one up at the moment for Fury. 3 players are knocked, which could be good for AG if this final player does get eliminated, because he'd get the kills, but one has already been picked back up. So Lolzy low. He's going to just get the heal off, though, while Tycon watching and just changing the loot a little bit. I think maybe dropping over a nade. Tycon has 1 available, maybe looking to try and get a kill onto Fury, as Theraton 5 and Purple Mood are going to be exchanging pleasantries soon enough at this compound. 2 top teams, they are the 2 top teams at the moment, 1st and 2nd on the leaderboard.
Yeah. It could be such an annoyance to push through this compound from T5's position. You get stuck in this building, and there's not much you can do. It's so hard when you get stuck inside here, because it is your staging point. You have no other choice but to come to this building and then kind of wrap from here.
Oh, good nade.
Good nade, very good nade. And PLM, they're going to have a decent defense. They have such better angles to work with compared to T5. T5 are very limited, and if they wanted to go on the outskirts of this compound, especially towards those unplayable rocks, then they'd be shot at by other teams. So they have to have only really limited options as to their pushes, and Escalusia, he's holding the front door and the windows. He's got a tall task of 2 of these players push around.
Love this angle, though. A little bit of a distance. Knows he's wanting to push the door with...
Oh!
He does get knocked by Hatsuwa at the front doorway, but the molly will do its job. Should deny the push up. Down below still is Hatsuwa. They should know that Blacky's inside. Oh, the Molotov pulls it off, though, with a sawed-off shotgun. He may go down anyway. Blacky does eventually. Thunder's last player alive for Purple Moon Esports. As good as they have defended this, Russell, it hasn't been clean. And Path and Pong can actually run around and clean things up. Maybe go for the revive onto Hatsuwa. T5 have done pretty well, all things considered, from the position they were in. Thunders, that was a little bit caught unaware. Theraton 5, wipe out Purple Mood. I love the usage of their smoke grenades to just give them as much cover as possible to push out of that building, get closer to PLM, and also then take the close fights with the shotguns. I thought they played that perfectly.
That was so good from T5. The aggression from Fluky as well. You're not expecting that, for him to run through the Molotov. It probably looked from his POV that it was more desperate than it actually was. I would love to know what would have happened if he had just waited for his moment and worked with his teammates to try to figure out the best scenario to take out T5 without running through a Molotov and kind of forfeiting your own life. But we don't get to see that. T5 come out on top. Insight as well pushed up, trying to get something done. You can see where EXO are. Insight was at church, trying to get some sort of third party, and he got taken out. Thunders on top of the church was aware of him, which is crazy to think when his team is dying to T5. He caught Insight completely unaware on a completely separate part of the map. But it is what it is, and the rest of EXO now have to play 3-man stuck in this dip, similar to where Fury was, but on the other side of the road. And for T5, they can live up here right now, at least for the moment. But with that knock, Cerberus realized that this high ground is a bit too good to pass up.
Yeah, Pong's not close enough here to defend the body of Hatsuot, who has been knocked, so he will die. It will just be Pong remaining. Cerberus feeling as if that this high ground position was vulnerable. Indeed it was, as Yuang Lung will confirm the kill. It's been a really standout grand finals right now from Pong and Hatsuot. I wanted to just give them a little second shout out here. Two players that kind of probably give the spotlight to the likes of Thanatol and Rossiter Jr. Those two, respectively, are known as the fraggers for T5, but Hatsuot, Pong, they've got the most kills at the moment in the grand final for T5. Despite that, though, Thanatol actually still has the most damage, and he's got a whole bunch of assists, but they're actually doing their job in really helping out as those kind of support players, using the DMRs, getting these kills, confirming, getting also really involved in a lot of these scrappy fights. They've really just kind of taken it to another level. So you kind of think about if Thanatol and Rossiter Jr. can get to their best, T5 have another level that they can go to. FW Esports right now keeping their focus over towards the ball, and EXO are playing inside of with 6 sacks, getting the opening kill with that frag grenade.
So rough for EXO. They just kind of have to sit in this bowl and submit to the teams around them. Banana One on top of the smoke. Monty goes down. He's trying to get something done, recover the situation, make it easier for Akita to get something done too. But he couldn't get it. Akita can't really get it either, stuck behind the car. Eventually the high ground's going to be too much, and it is not clean, and Banana One does fall. T5 taking advantage of that. FW, you probably knew that they had to get that done. That was a fadeaway from Raze. Holy, all right. So much down.
Oh my God,
it is.
If Pong realizes this and gets aggressive early, it's a 1v1. Otherwise,
the
gets
high
him down
ground's
to
too
7
good.
HP. Pong, that was clean with the mini 14, and he can pull the kills as well onto 6 sacks, and there's no way Raze is going to be able to get down to Banana One and go for this revive. Pong for T5 versus Raze for FW Esports. It's like the PUBG Thailand series all over again.
Oh my God.
8 kills and 7 kills respectively for these two teams. A big performance for FW to start the night off in a much better fashion to the way they finished night 1. For T5 though, an opportunity to maybe push themselves closer to that top spot, and it's just a peak battle, Russell. Who could get a little bit luckier?
Oh. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. Oh, this is giving me anxiety. Because, you know, you look at the blue, and both of these players are pushed out eventually. None of them are in a good spot. Both of them are sitting, or they were. Pathenbong's jumped off the roof now, giving up info. I hate this in 1v1s. I hate giving up info. You can see he's got high ground to play with as well. Granted, it is the unplayable rocks, and they're probably incredibly open to Raze, but Pathenbong's given away info. So he's got to have some other plan in mind to win this game against Raze, or him giving up the info.
Raze can go for the revive,
might have just lost it to him. He can, yeah. I mean, this is the only other option Pathenbong has. This high ground, or it's nothing.
Oh, the spray! It's good! And Raze is sitting out in the open now. Pathenbong surely should win it from here. Raze is going to have to hit some 6 shots. He can't. Well played from Pathenbong. Raze went for the revive, Russell. Probably not the worst play. He sensed an opportunity. Pathenbong wasn't peeking. He was repositioning. Go for the res. Make it a 2v1. But unfortunately, by doing that, he's then out in the open. To be fair, he didn't have many other options. The blue was pushing him down there anyway. So really makes probably the only play he could make. They're at top 5, though. They get the win in this one to kickstart night 2 of the PUBG Asia Super Cup Grand Finals, and they are hot on the heels of Purple Mood. That top 2 hasn't changed at all from last night.
Pathenbong realizing that he has the advantage no matter what is what won them that fight. He had the church roof, and that's a sick advantage, especially when you look at Raze's position. He was stuck behind that ridge and was probably going to die. If the zone was on Pathenbong, it was GG at that point. But he realized that he had the high ground no matter what, and I think it was unintentional bait maybe. Let Raze go for the res and then kill him when he's in a very exposed ball. I don't know what Pong's plan was there, but gave me anxiety for a little bit, but he had it locked down the entire time. No doubts there.
He certainly did. All right, that's game one for us in the books. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, we head straight back to Miramar.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got three types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Perfect start to the night for Theraton 5, getting that win courtesy of Pong. We gave the little shout out as well midway through that game for Pong and Hatsawat, being a really big boon for Theraton 5, regarded really as the more supportive players, especially on a roster that has Thanatol and Rosita Jr., but they have been able to clearly hold their weight more than fine, Russell.
Yeah, I mean, look, every player on this team should be able to survive as much as possible, keep their composure and put themselves in a late game position. And I think what you'll find is with most players, Hatsawat and Pathampong included, is when they're able to find themselves in that late game position, they have like ample opportunity to get plenty of kills. And so if they're finding themselves in that late game opportunity consistently as possible, then yeah, they're going to frag out just as much as the other guys who, you know, this tournament round could be dying a lot earlier than their counterparts.
You kind of look at the tournament as a whole in terms of the statistics for Theraton 5. Thanatos fried down as he did back in the group stage. He had 30 back in the group stage, but Pathampong's been right behind him, Hatsawat as well. Rosita Jr.'s been a bit quiet, Russell. I'm not putting the spotlight on him. I don't really want to. They've been really good. They've been great. I think more than anything, it sort of highlights that on this team, because they're all so good, someone like a Rosita Jr. could have a bit of a more quiet tournament, but that's okay because the others will stand up, and that's what I think we've seen from T5, and probably what sets them apart from a lot of the other teams and why they are an absolute behemoth in this region.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, you cannot have a roster in PUBG today that can't play every single role bar the IGL. You can have co-IGL and IGL, and they could be exclusive, but everyone else needs to be able to do support. They need to be able to frag. You might place specific players in certain spots on the map, like they could be the scouter, they might be the guy that watches the back, but when it comes time to take a fight or put yourself in an endgame spot, fight around terrain, breach in cars, the roles get all muddled up, and it doesn't really matter. You have to be able to perform absolutely everything. And like I said, for these players, when they're put in that position to actually perform roles they might not be known for, they can do it. They can absolutely do it. So yeah, it's good to see.
Yeah, Pathampong was top 6 fragger back at the group stage overall, and he's now like top 3, top 4 so far through the first 7 games of the grand final. So a big standout performance for him. Clearly a player that's been on this roster now for a very, very long time, and it's not the first time that he has kind of out-fragged Rosita Jr., for example, too. Back in PUBG Thailand Series 2, he did. So unfortunately for Rosita Jr., I think Pathampong may be starting to take the mantle as the potential second best player of the team. No one's overtaking Danatol. That guy's just insane. But I think Pathampong, over, I guess, now the last 6 months, probably looks to start to take that mantle. The only time Rosita Jr. actually out-fragged and really rose back up was when he, in the PGC Grand Finals, he popped off. So I guess you could kind of look at that and say, in the moment, biggest stage of them all, PGC Grand Finals, we saw what we expect from Rosita Jr. But outside of that, it hasn't quite been able to, I think, be at his best consistently enough, whereas, like, you know, your Pathampongs clearly have been.
Yeah, I mean, we probably should put the most stock in the international stage. And I think a team like Cerberus as well, they have multiple international attendances, so you can put more stock into that because you have more data to work with. And I think on the international stage is probably when these guys are playing much more of what their base game probably looks like, and so the players who are playing those support roles are probably going to sit in them as much as possible because that's what the team is most confident in. So it makes sense that on the international stage, you know, the players that are meant to pop off actually do pop off. And when it comes to these tournaments that are absolutely serious, don't get me wrong, but they're online tournaments, they're tournaments you can have a little bit more of a risky game plan in, that, yeah, you might end up with a couple of players going off and dying who might be a bit too greedy or whatever it is, for whatever reason, and then, yeah, your support players will pick up the slack.
It's been a good start for T5 along with Purple Mood as well. Interestingly enough, actually, we're still on that T5 topic, is they didn't have the best placement points on Miramar last night. Just this, well, actually, they did technically finish second in that Los Leonas chaotic finish, and then it was 6th before that. But, you know, 3rd and 2nd really on Vikendi and Tago. And I kind of look at teams that are able to play on the quote newer maps, if you will. I mean, Tago's been around for a little bit longer, but as sort of the showcase for those teams that are just naturally good. Like, if you're good on Tago and you're good on Vikendi, I think you're just naturally good. And we saw that from them last night. 3rd with 7 kills and 2nd with 8 kills. Because I kind of look at Tago and Vikendi, and it's still a little bit newer, and there's the rotational fighting that happens, and as much as it's not technically new, you just think about how often these guys have been playing Erangel and Miramar. It's literally baked into their brains as to the way the circles shift and the way you rotate. But for Tago, Vikendi, especially more so Vikendi, you know, it's still a little bit more fresh for them. They actually struggled on Erangel though. to start the night for T5. So that will be something to kind of keep an eye on. I guess by the end of the night, as good as they've been, 74 points, second place. Can they turn their Erangel fortunes around? We'll see by the end of the night as we get into game number 2 of Miramar. And speaking of teams that need to turn their fortunes around, you kind of look at that bottom 3 again. We already highlighted Unicorn Cyber, X-Men, but it will be RXC once again going to Hacienda for that hot drop against Q Confirm. Last game, it was just an absolute clear-cut win for QC, no doubt. They did lose Leons, but they got the 4 kills rapidly. This time, though, it's Bow LP that gets the opening kill. He can get a second with the Ace 32. He can. Leons again down early. Petret, though, joins him this time around. Opon's only 8 bullets in that AK. Doesn't matter. He wasn't able to use any of them. UMP strong from cheating to get Bow LP, but it's shades of the last game, but roles have been reversed. This time, all 4 kills to Rapsiak Esports as they get rid of Q Confirm, and they're more than happy about it. It's not the first time this has happened either. I'm pretty certain these two teams are 2 for 2. Because I remember last time them shooting the bodies as well. So I think they actually have won this once before. Either way, and they also keep all 4 players alive and 18 kills. That's best case scenario in a hot drop. But I mean, first priority is get the kills, but then if you can keep 4 alive, then you can actually play your game plan. It's not like it was last game. It was the last game of last night. They finished 6 kills, QC out dead last. So yeah, this is not the first time. So look, 2 for 2, right? And I'm sure there's people who maybe saw that last game and they were like, oh, why are these guys still hot dropping? Well, this is their drop. You know, it's just both teams that want this. They're both fighting for it. It's been equal. And this time we'll see if RXC can have a good game overall. Still in 15th. Yeah, but I mean, you go and get 10 points and you're up into like 11th, right? I'm kidding, I'm joking. But no, look, this is a game for RXE where they have momentum, first of all. They've warmed themselves up a little bit in the first few seconds of the game, but they also haven't wasted like any time. That fight lasted 20 seconds, 30 seconds max. And they can loot up Hacienda, which, like you said, is their drop. And then they can go off and do their normal rotate paths, and they're going to be, like net negative like 30 seconds, which could mean the world if you want to get really plus 4 kills versus 30 seconds. Exactly, 4 kills. Exactly. I mean, that momentum is it can probably make up for that lack of time. But it could be an absolutely fantastic game for RXE. This circle has gone west. They have so many rotate paths from where they are in Hassi, honestly, as most teams do. But from Hassi, you can go all the way up to the high ground unplayables near where Power Grid is and get a lot of info in the center of the circle. Just going to have to see how RXE play. They've also got access to unplayables with a lot of height, as does Banana One, who we saw up on this exact unplayable last night. And he put out a foldable shield in front of him, which he is doing right now. This guy has his whole Miramar game plan down pat to the T. I love it. I love seeing this. Is literally just exact deja vu. I'm a fan. Yeah, FW Esports, it's been a very turbulent grand finals so far. Winning the very first game last night back on Erangel. And it hasn't really been the best for them since, although a better performance to start today. 41 points, halfway in terms of the leaderboard, so you're in a good position. And what's interesting, if you kind of look at, below them is QC, right? 11 points the gap. And you look above them, that 11-point gap would actually get them into 4th. So it's a bit of a logjam from 9th to 4th, especially for those teams respectively in that position, that they can all go up and down quite a lot at the moment. And that's a lot of different money placing as well when you kind of think about the dollar difference between, say, 9th and 4th and how close that gap is June for Dankoa Gaming inside of Los Leones has obviously the Exo Clan boys in and around the area. Not going to be finishing here. We had the Los Leones finish last night, which is always fun. I think every now and then. I wouldn't want it that often. I'm not a big fan of like massive city finishes, but it was actually decently fun finish in Los Leones. We had the mortar strikes going on, teams trying to cross the road. It was a good little finish, but this one not going here. Instead, we go to the classic Monte Nuevo Crossroads circle here on the western side of Miramar. It's like anything. Good in moderation, Too many Los Leones finishing and everyone would get annoyed. For EXO, though, we saw them momentarily. I mean, look, if they hadn't got that win last night, they would be coming into tonight looking incredibly bad. Hopefully, they would have mentally reset. I mean, I know that win did a lot for their confidence and a lot for their leaderboard position as well. Sitting in 7th probably is... I don't want to sound harsh, but given their performance last night, I feel like they're probably lucky to be sitting in 7th. Off the back of that win. They didn't really look like they were in positions at all where their players could shine.
up until that last Miramar game. So I'm looking for them to put themselves in spots where they can actually deal damage and show what Exo's made of. For now, though, can actually lost a couple tires. He's going to have to stop dead still in that compound. That's the one on top of the hill. Edie's going to group with Canaxi, though. And so Rossiter Jr. here is going to have 2 players to deal with rather than just one.
Yeah, and this is what I want to see from Theraton 5. They're happy to take these fights and then also see if they can snowball from here. Buriram, I think, need to get out of dodge. Rosita Jr. gets out of that little area, but this is where T5 can do 2 things. Either just look to kind of corral these 2 members of Buriram and then eventually get the kills, or you just kind of hold still. And it seems like they are just going to hold still, which is good news for Edie and Canaxi, because you kind of look at that minimap and they were very much surrounded. If T5 really wanted to get aggressive and go for a bit of a stranglehold push in towards that position, certainly would have been doable, certainly would have been easy. But you do that, you then give up position, north side circle, you can get a lot of information, a lot of vision, a lot of scouting. So I guess they just kind of wanted to weigh it up. Was it worth it if we pushed into that, took that fight? If they did that, then Can, Nordra could backfill in, get better positions, could have got a bit scrappy. So overall, I think T5 just make the safe approach and don't get too aggressive there.
Yeah, I think both teams probably realize that that fight they're going to take means a hell of a lot when it comes to the next circles, although never mind. Rosso 2 out of that car, and Edie gets away with his life. That is as clean as you'd love it to be. I guess Brew didn't realize that they had rotated up here. I was looking at the minimap, I saw them all group up here, all 3 of them, and then the 4th's coming in now, and Brew just goes straight through them. I don't know how Brew missed that.
They didn't have vision. I mean, this is the thing though, right? They did not have vision of this. So because they were down bottom side of the hill, they had no idea that T5 were already up here. All they saw was Rosita Jr. went out towards the east. He then doubles back top hill because the Bird got position there. Edie then dies. Buriram just did not have vision.
Yeah.
And the other thing as well, where they've gone, by the way, I mean, LPL_play for the map, they've gone north, right? They've gone over towards Crater. That's not really like zone control territory. This is not a prior location. They've actually gone out of their way to kind of go back outside of the zone, play edge, rotate in later on, thinking it would be the safer option. Instead, ironically, the safer option would have been to go kind of towards the center.
Yeah, well, they would have had some, or a lot more info probably on south and west and east as well, rather than north, but they opted to go north. When I was looking at the map a couple minutes ago, it looked like both these teams were kind of struggling to figure out what they wanted to do. They were both trying to balance the priorities of wanting to get a couple kills and also wanting to get info on the zone, and T5 grouped up a lot quicker, but you'd think that Buriram would have info on, I mean, yeah, they saw Rossiter leave, so you're assuming they're going towards their team, but I guess Buriram, yeah, didn't have info low grounds. They just couldn't really figure it out. And they find Rossiter in the end, who was the player they had info on the most to begin with.
Oh, it does work out for T5 after all, as though I say that, Riz gets the kill onto Rossiter Jr. So even despite those really good heroics, he does lose his life. LG just playing out of Al Pozo. And that was a long-range knock and kill, by the way. Actually, no, it wasn't. Riz is right on top of T5. Yeah,
He's
never
been here
mind.
for a while as well.
Little bit difficult to spot that at first glance because I swear they got the exact same color code. I think it's almost identical if you can see on the map, the only difference being the logos. Yeah, Riz will get out of here though, motorbike in hand. He just kind of called up T5. I will say that JM and Dynasty do have eyes on this location, as is the case with Miramar. There's you kind of can see it here from Riz's POV, just how far and wide you can actually see as Akita loses to Thanawa. We've had a couple of rotational deaths to start this second game of Miramar, and Armory Gaming will just hold out north side of the circle outside of Al Pozo, whereas the center point of phase 1 circle is absolutely inundated with teams already. There's not going to be as much edge play if this continues to center up. Like 12 also dead. Dynasty trying to get some shots with the Drakenov, knowing T5 is up on top of that hill.
Banana one as well, just south of Dynasty, sat on top of those unplayables. You're going to have to wonder when he's going to get down. He's getting so much info for FW. Yeah, the circles are good. If it goes into the field above FW's compound, that's always exciting. If it goes south, well, Unicorn Cyber's going to be loving life, but you also get some really good fights in and amongst that terrain. And if it goes towards Monty, somehow, even though Monty's one of those kind of circle finishes, it's always half-half, and you always get an exciting game. Hiker, he's going to be able to play the game. He's down alone. Vinamilk on top of this hill Hiker would have had no idea. Low side. His car was not exposed, so he's going to take that, hop back in his car, and go group up with his team, who, I mean, EXO and DK are not in the circle right now. DK is supposed to, I suppose. I'm looking at EXO on the map stream right now, and they are going to probably pull off a really wide west trap, because I think DK's put fear in their eyes.
Closing in on 11 minutes here. Danko Gaming just been thereabouts, 25 points throughout the grand final. Although unfortunately that's only good for bottom 5 territory. Certainly been a team that's been able to have some impact throughout the PUBG Asia Super Cup so far. Up chat, knock and kill, courtesy of Leo. Well, a rare sight to see for Savage Men Esports. They absolutely need a turn in fortune, and that might just help them. Unfortunately for RXC to lose 6, 7, 8, 9, who did some good things there in that earlier hot drop at Hacienda, getting half of their kills. But for X-Men, they absolutely needed some fortune change. It's been a rough grand final for a team that, going to be honest, I would have probably expected a little bit more out of them coming into this tournament after a very stellar group stage, but clearly they haven't quite been all that successful. But time enough to still maybe change things. They'll play northeast here for this circle. Good little hill position. Not really too many teams around them. There's a 2-2 split, by the way, for TE around Power Grid, trying to hold as much of this eastern side of the circle. You just see off into the distance there, Darwin's tag. He's with Duck Shoes, holding a compound. Spotted now by Banana One as well. That's a really big distance, though.
X-Men. They did something just then that made me very happy. They have set themselves up in a 3-1, prioritizing 3 men towards the west, where they know most teams are likely to wrap from, and kind of deprioritizing the south and the east. Experienced enough to know that teams probably aren't going to come from that direction, and if they do, they can manage it in other ways. Nice headshot onto Tarnished. But this is what we want to see from X-Men. This is control. When you look at the map stream right now, this is Tarnished all the way on top, and then he's got 2 players just below him who are also spread out. They really know that this west is going to be, I suppose, a pressure point for them. If teams are going to push this way, they need to be ready for it. Look at them. Set up incredibly nicely. Up in the compound, Leo up on the hill, and then obviously Payne watching the south. He's got such long distance vision that if a team was to wrap from the south, then he'd be able to call all the members of his team back just in time to deal with it. So I like this from X-Men so far, but this next circle is going to change up their plan as well as a lot of other people's plans as well. Insight, well, when it's just 2 up for EXO, you may as well go for a play like this. Yeah, he is, but Insight will be safe inside this bolt, safe from the entire server for the moment. Banana One, though, does he get down now that he's got a player a bit higher than him on the unplayable?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Insight's aware of Banana One's position here, though. Like,
I think he shot AK. I think he shot at him. I could be wrong.
I don't think he shot at Insight.
Okay.
The way he's positioning and the way he's looking, it doesn't seem like to me that he's aware. And also you have to remember that Insight came from outside zone. He was really far away. He wasn't close to Banana One. Banana One wouldn't have been shooting at Insight. So he's just kind of taken pickup and gone top of hill. And the only reason why I bring that up is because if Insight isn't aware that Banana One is actually located there, well, that's massive for FW. They'll get some really good information. And Banana One can just kind of just sit pretty, hold hill in this phase 3 circle, which has continued to hold it in. Armory Gaming on the move through the dust storm as well, southwest side of the circle. Fury have opted to hold these compounds as well, just the south of the El Pozo field. Love this position. Play the doubles, usually does cop a feed every now and then when you get this kind of circle. So this very location that we're seeing here for Armory Gaming, Fury Purple Mood, is, you know, a bit of a hot commodity.
Yeah. But if you're Fury, what can you do? You've got 2 teams on either side of you. As soon as you crouch jump into one of these windows, Thanawat's looking at you. Got a couple other teams that are potentially going to be looking at you from far as well. So they can't do much. They're being silent, which makes sense to me. They kind of need to let Armory Gaming and Purple Mood fight each other. But that's not what's happening. The thing is as well, is if PLM were kind of being pressured by T5, but if they were to push into Fury, that would spell doom for them. Armory would push over. T5 would then flank them from behind too. So this is kind of disaster for all these teams around Fury. And Fury can just kind of sit back and listen to all the action play out. They just kind of have to hope that no one breaches them, no one actually pressures them. And then they can pick their timing to come out, grab a couple kills, and then hopefully they can live from there.
We'll see how it plays out. PLM still got some teams on the backside, though. Territory 5 making the push sharp without Proceeded Junior. It's only the 3, technically 2 here at the moment. Love the Molotov there from Danatol. Yeah, bottom of the stairs denies the push up into his position. Purple Mood don't get over aggressive. That was going to be careful, though. Of course, you can push out onto that balcony. And again, the timing of it. Danatol's able to avoid that nade. Underarm goes out, maybe expecting the push up after the mollies have extinguished. Does he go for the jump down? He just gets so aggressive. Thanawat gets the knock onto Danatol. Lots of Thanos going on between those two for Purple Mood and T5. exchanging pleasantries after the opening game of Miramar. Now again here, they've collided. Of course, it was T5 that ended up winning last time out. After Purple Moon, they had better position. They had really the best position.
Ooh,
Lost it. Now it's kind of changed a little bit. Molotov over towards Escalucia. Fury's sneak attack
Oh,
has got a
that's
double
so
Escalucia
good.
up in flames. Love the double molly, denying all kinds of floor position in that vicinity. Once again, for T5, it's Hatsuwa and Pathapong, though. Again, Russell, they've set the tone for T5. As good as Thanatol's been throughout the group stage, his grand final performance hasn't quite been the same level, and they really need the likes of Pathapong to stand up. He's continued to do so. Gets the kill onto Thanawa, and T5 again making the most of this situation. 2 players up for them, and PLM, for the second game in a row, have come off second best against T5. Big name from Raze, on to Dynasty of Armory Gaming. Shots from Cow, and he's bringing out the Balti. What year is this?
Yeah, we're going back. Oh my god, a second shot as well. We are definitely going back. This T5 versus PLM fight, by the way, is fantastic for everyone below them. They'll destroy themselves, and everyone below them can bridge that gap between them. Fury, I said they needed to pick their perfect timing, and they absolutely have. Sneak attack got a couple quick kills onto Armory Gaming, their neighbors, who were absolutely necessary to damage them. X-Men, they had a good position earlier. Now they're rotating through a lot of different teams. Armory Gaming finally does fall to a completely different team to Fury. That's how pressured they were, and X-Men will pick their spot in and amongst these ridges. Hopefully they can find a shack or something to play around there as well. Fury, now they have freedom. Everyone around them has done exactly what they needed to do. They've weakened themselves, and now Fury have more room to play with. They have the man advantage to play with if we're being real. And down goes Hatsuwa. So Fury coming out on top of that scuffle over there. But there's still chaos on the south here, man. This has gone nowhere near... I mean, it's close to Monty, but there's no buildings to play around apart from that one set of buildings on the edge. It's all field and terrain after that.
And Cal's trying to get a bit of a Twitter clip there.
Can't blame him.
Vitamilk. Pushing on towards X-Men. These are the kind of fights, the back of the group stage, the X-Men were winning. They got the revive. That's a good nade as well from Vitamilk. It's good enough. I mean, the issue with Miramar, sometimes these nades roll down these hills, down these ridges, makes it really difficult to land them. Nice spray from Taikon. Jun with a good tag as well, though, back for Dankoa Gaming. Just forcing Taikon to rethink about how aggressive he does want to be here. We're speaking in the break, by the way, about, you know, Hyung Long and how good he's been, who would miss out. Haisaki, the IGL on the team, so you're probably not replacing him. It would be between Taikon and Sololzi. Hyung Long has been so good this tournament. You think about, you know, the calendar year for 2024 and Cerberus's plans, PGSs and PGCs. If you're Sololzi, probably a little nervous.
Potentially. Rough to do it as well, playing the tournament with the person who could replace you. Sometimes it's necessary. Insight's got what he needed to get done from this position. Couple kills. He came here with 0. Potential to snag a couple more as well. 5 first aids, so as long as he times them perfectly, he could steal a couple knocks away. Probably move himself to a higher position. Look towards that Unicorn Cyber and DK fight. Spots a knock. Don't know whether he'll be able to get it or not. Long shots from here. I think that was 4 damage from this spot, so maybe a bit hard to do it from here, but Insight can do it, and he kind of needs to as well. Not much more opportunity before he runs out of meds.
Not often that you're inside of a city that's named after you, but Monty is in Monty Nuevo. Insight's on the complete opposite end of that, by the way, so it's not as easy as just group up with Monty. Why are you playing this? Played the high ground, was hoping this was going to be in for a little bit longer, evidently not. Evidently, I don't think he was aware of Banana One's location. He got out, and he's grouped up with FW, although Thunder's is creeping up behind him in the compounds of the Alpozo Fields. Unicorn Cyber got a little bit muddled up with them in the last game in terms of the roster changes they've been making. So it was Chu that did not play in the groups, Demon did not play LCQ, and Sapao did not play last night. So they, like a couple of these other APAC teams, have really been utilizing that 5-man core roster. Obviously, Demon back out again tonight, and for Sapao, he's back in. Not sure exactly what would be considered the best lineup for them, but clearly they don't know as they continue to experiment, and eventually Insight down to the blue. Path and Pong outside of the shack. There's a bit of fire on one side, forced to go behind the vehicle, and it's an easy kill for Waikika Mukau in the end. Fury will happily collect their 3rd kill of the game. Monty the solo on the edge of Monty Nuevo, and already gets tagged and into the building. He's not inside of the circle either for phase 5 here, which is now moving for this blue zone. Just under 2 minutes. You kind of look at that circle, though, and if you're Newhouse Esports, you are loving life.
Yeah, very reminiscent of their Erangel win yesterday. Copping a nice circle feed. Yesterday they got 13 kills from their weekend defeat on Erangel. I don't know if they're going to be able to get as many this time round. From that spot, it can be hard. Everyone's going to fight in the ridges just below where your line of sight is. Fury making their push towards the terrain in the field, putting themselves in front of Monty. And those cars are going to be absolutely stellar for them. The high ground is going to be a bit of an issue for Fury. But not for long. I mean, all those teams up on the high ground are fighting as well. Newhouse can't see them. You can see this bolt. With those cars, it is entirely viable. And it's a bit of an off-center spot too. The problem is when you have to lead this bolt. So keep those tires up, keep those cars in good shape, and Fury are going to have another play going into the next circle. NGE, though, already holding down one of those bowls. Newhouse are going to be a constant threat for Fury. They have Monty behind them. He should be a bit of a non-factor, you'd hope. Either he dies to Fury, or he dies to RXC or NGE, or even Newhouse across the road. And then Fury can focus inwards. But right now, just keep one guy on Monty. Monty's got his own car as well, actually. Didn't realize that. Shouldn't really be too much of a factor. If anything, oh, okay. Risky vault with the line of sights that do exist through those windows. He gets tagged for it. But he'll live just a little bit longer. And he is in zone. So one of Fury is going to have to play the unlucky role of, yep, don't worry, guys. I've got Monty. I'll watch him. You guys just look into the circle and get all the kills. It's just got to be done.
Go on, second game of the night. Icon with the spray for Cerberus. Just falls back as Ratsiek Esports on the move. We haven't really seen them since that initial hot drop win. They did lose one on a rotation earlier. 6, 7, 8, 9 was the one who lost his life on the rotate, and it's a pretty easy bombardment of frag grenades. Tycon will collect the kills. And now goes up to 3 as he gets the kill onto Upchen as well. And Savage Men Esports still not able to really claw their way out of that bottom end of the leaderboard. 3 kills this game. Little bit better, at least from RXC and X-Men, keeping in touch with the likes of UNC. NGE, quiet night for them, although Van Nye gets an elimination there, which gets them their first kill of the game. Down to just the 3 players. And only 3 teams of the 8 with 4 players up. FW, NHE, Cerberus, everyone else wounded in this lobby, and a circle that's going to be very difficult to play for the vast majority of teams that are not named Newhouse Esports. Everyone else is going to be honestly struggling.
Yeah, well, the thing is with Newhouse's angles, everyone has to take fights very close to the other teams. The spot that Expendables has, the spot that FW has, the spot that New Generation have, you have to take fights in those positions, or you have to put really good smokes up to block Newhouse's angles. Monty does fall, so good job from Cal, good nade. And Monty gets a little bit of a martyrdom that won't amount to a kill. Unluckily for him, Insight did the most that EXO have done this game. But yeah, if you're Cerberus, you're looking at NGE, and you have to take a fight basically in NGE's faces. Because if you don't take a fight in their faces, then Newhouse is going to get involved, and everyone else on the server that can see you is going to get involved too. So it becomes very rough. It's just going to be a battle of 4v4s, 3v3s, 3v2s for the next little bit until we finalize the probably remaining 3 strong teams, and then maybe you can put a solo in there. Fury as well, they're going to have to get involved. I guess for Cerberus and Fury, it's just a matter of time which one pushes into NGE first. I don't see any other options for either of those teams.
Yeah, and who can then benefit and get the third party really is going to be the happier of the 2 teams. Panzer Faust in hand for Hekai. NGE clearly understanding that their position is one that others need, others want, others are going to be looking to push into. So expecting the onslaught to arrive, but maybe if you get on the front foot, you could be the ones to begin the fight in a position that you would rather. Oh, look, send it deep. The balls on this kid to just send it past the smokes, to get into the back line, to get the knock onto Van Nye. Hekai does get the knock onto Tycon, trying to push over the ridge, but Hyung Long continues his utter domination here in this new career that's forging before our eyes. 3 of the 8 kills for Cerberus. He's the only one left standing with the mess that is in front of him, and needs to now revive Sololzi.
Damn. Dancing around the smokes like it's nothing. And Fury can't get much done there either. They pull up to get that third party off, but not only is NGE ready for it, but Cerberus is too. So Cal goes down, Fury lose another member there as well in sneak attack, I believe, and now it's just flood up. They can't get it. They can't get the finalization onto Cerberus. So Huang Long and his teammate are just going to sit at those cars and exist. And Fury can't do much. Fury's timing is up, essentially. Newhouse continue to be fed. Cerberus now dominating NG's.
Would you call that a feed? Because it's gone very hard south. To me, indicates phase 8 may take a little bit out of that house even more.
It's good. It's good because they can exist for longer as long as they don't lose.
My God,
too many members like that. Yeah, it's good for now.
Oh, another bolty though, and it's nil T. Flood gets bolted. Cow is
bolted in that position.
Yeah, forced to go prone. Newhouse up to the 5 kills. Obviously, Nalty, he can do whatever he wants in that compound. He can play with the bolty and then put it back down, grab a TMI if needed. So Cal the solo. I mean, look, I think Newhouse are gonna. If there was a live probabilities, they're winning this game, right?
Well, but it's good for them because not only is everyone across the road going to fight each other, the high ground's going to be out, which means Newhouse is going to have the definitive high ground in the zone. The fight going on between TE and Unicorn Cyber is eventually going to come to an end. There it is, Unicorn down. Delwyn just absolutely shreds them apart. Fury down to 1 member. Cerberus is down to 2. Newhouse is going to have man advantage no matter what. They're also going to have the road ridge to work with. Cal with this bolt is insane. They are tearing each other apart, and FW, I guess, is the second strongest team in this server, but look at their position. It's just not good enough in comparison to what NHE is going to have when it comes to the end of it.
Well, down to the final 3 teams. This one's not over. That's all I'm saying. Maybe I'm on the hopium, but it would not surprise me to see Cerberus, FW, you know, find ways to live, get in good positions. FW do lose bot Fluke, but they've still got 2 players alive. So 2 for FW, 2 for Cerberus. Now it's a matter of, can you find positions to hold? And then as NHE start to push out, you think about this Yuta play, trying to just sweep the field, won't cross the road. He'd be absolutely a madman to cross this road by himself. But that's where the opportunities will come from. If you are a Cerberus, for example, and you happen to get an angle on a solo Yuta out in the field, you get that knock, it's basically a kill, changes the complexion of this game. But instead, Huanglong goes for FW. Knowing that this is a fight that they can take, goes pro. Now, as soon as he gets spotted, that is really good peak play from Raze. Insanely good. Doesn't overpeak. I don't hate that, though, either from Huanglong. He goes for a very aggressive play. Does it pull? Does it work? No, it doesn't pull off this time. But, I mean, those are also the kind of plays that can get you 2 kills and then 2nd place.
Yeah. Can't help but think there's a better spot for Huanglong. But, yeah, the idea is there. And if he was able to pull it off, if FW weren't looking his way, then he's got a ridge to play with. And FW will certainly fall to him if he's got that good ridge. I think it was just a couple ridges back. Maybe would have been the better spot. Either way, tries, doesn't work. Raises 2 away. FW, you can see just by the amount of kills they have, their game has been all about existing and just surviving. 3 kills to FW's name in the top 3. Stuck in these bowls the whole time. Now they're being mortared as well. Getting very close to NHE. The circle has gone and favored the other side of the road to Newhouse Esports. So this is where it could get scary. But that end game is going to be kind of on top of that road. Newhouse Esports, they haven't had to expend any smokes or utility at this point. They're coming out of this compound with full back pockets of nades and mollies. And Neil T's probably not the best example with 1 of each, but the rest of them I'm certain have a decent amount of utility to work with. And that's just going to aid in them winning this end game.
I definitely hear what you're saying there. I think also just numbers at this point is just such a significant advantage, right? Having the 4 players. They also know where Sololzi is. That is something that they have information on. Saw the mortar strikes coming from his direction. Nade was thrown in his direction too and did a tiny bit of damage. So that's at least 1 player accounted for. And full well, I think they've cleared the entire fields on their side of the road. So they know the final 3 players are on the opposite side of this road. So in terms of information, Newhouse Esports are strapped up with all the info here to close this game out and look to find a 9-kill win. It would be their 4th win of this tournament, by the way. This is a team that just knows how to get chicken dinners.
Crazy. They know the circle algos, that's for sure. Long K's put himself very close to the other side of the road. That's a good ridge to work with. Solid position, and they're already opening it up. FW doesn't even have a chance to get rid of Sololzi, and Long K is going to do it himself. Only 1 up. It's just 6 sacks. Newhouse Esports, they'll collide, combine. He's on the edge of blue. Wouldn't be surprised if he gives it up, and he does. Behind the car, no kill for Newhouse Esports. What a win from them. 8 kills, decent from a feed like that, but you cannot fault them for not messing that up. They played that as perfectly as they had to.
Yeah, and I think also they've already shown us throughout this tournament, you know, this is not a case of, oh, well, team just got lucky, got fed, got into the hard building, but like we've seen them actually rotate, push, take key positions early in these games as well. Sometimes even we've seen previously them giving up what we felt like were good positions for something else, and then that something else ended up being the thing that got fed. So they are a team that make plays happen. They make their luck happen, and they've done it just too many times now that you can't sit back and be like, oh, these guys got lucky. That's their 4th win of this tournament for a team that came in as a rather low seed when it comes to those from Vietnam Series 4, 7th, right? So that's not on the high end. We're not talking about them like a Cerberus or, you know, a Genius Esports if they were to be here. New Generation, for example, as well. So credit to New House. They're finding ways to get points, and their way of getting points is ironically to go and get wins, Russell.
Yeah, they're not tempted by anything. That's probably the most distinct thing to me. In a spot like that, you could see them pushing up Armory Gaming's hill potentially when Armory Gaming was losing players to Fury or any other push that was, you know, even remotely tempting, because players will get anxious sometimes. They want their kills, right? But no, none of that, no messing around for NHE. They let the kills come to them, and yeah, they certainly do know how to get those chicken dinners.
I certainly do. That's going to be Miramar done, though. We go to a break, and then on the other side, it's Tago.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last chance qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapon stealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a battle-ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Well, unfortunately, Russell, in this economy, it is quite difficult to get a new house unless you just call yourself New House Esports, and then you also just get a compound and get fed. That seems to be the strategy that has been working out for them throughout this tournament of PUBG Asia Super Cup. It's their 4th win so far this tournament alone, and I think is it their 2nd already in the grand final? I think it actually might be. Indeed, it is. So already 2 wins in the grand final for New House Esports. They've been tremendous.
Yeah, a lot of people in chat would be probably a little bit suspicious. Oh, you know, these guys are getting fed. But every goddamn person in chat would take that feed too if you were in New House's situation. So I don't want to hear it. 66 points, 37 kills. An excellent performance so far from New House. And when you cop those feeds, you have to be good enough to not mess them up. And yeah, some of them are easier to mess up than others, but they haven't messed up one that we've seen so far.
Yeah, they've been very, very good. Fun to watch. They haven't really been a top fragging team. Kind of look at some of their statistics, and going into that game, they didn't have a single player in terms of top 5 for kills. Their best, U-Dirt, 13 kills. And you have to actually scroll a little bit to find the next ones, which is Long K, Neil T on 7. So he's got almost double the other 2. At least it was going into that second game of Miramar. So not a high fragging team, not the kind of team you're going to see get a lot of flashy plays, not going to be on your screen all that much, but they just, I think, have a really good way of positioning, rotating, scouting, the elements of PUBG that are probably not always conveyed that easily. Whereas, let's be honest, Russell, the thing we see the most, at least as from a viewership perspective, is really the kills and the gunfighting and all of those really fun things to watch. But when you think about it from the player's perspective, I think they actually just do the basics really well.
Well, you see from from an audience perspective as well, you see them get fed, and you don't get the nuances, you don't get any of the macro play, you don't get their after game discussions, you don't get whatever the IGL said in that scenario too. So yeah, you just kind of get that on paper look at how they play the game, but there's so much more nuance to it than that. And sometimes you cop a 9-circle feed and there really isn't much to it, but I think in the games that we've seen from New House so far, there's been a little bit more to it. Some temptations here and there that they could have played with, but they decided not to, and they stuck to their guns, and I mean, you just can't fault them in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, you certainly can't. It's been a very impressive performance from them. What is that? The 66 points keeps them really in closing distance of the top 2 positions. Tago is where we go now. 3rd map of the night. We do edge a bit closer to that sort of middle point of the grand final now, where, you know, if you're X-Men's and your RXCs, your Unicorn Cybers, and we highlighted 2 out of the 3 of those teams at the start of the night, you know, again, I hate the do or die, but like realistically at some point you kind of have to start putting a line through teams in terms of winning this tournament, and truthfully I don't think it would be all that disrespectful to say, well, those teams probably can't win it from here. If they are to win it from here, it would take some kind of miraculous, never seen before kind of comeback. And you think about, you know, what do X-Men need to do? What do RXC need to do? What do Unicorn Cyber need to do? And right now, they're just losing a lot of early fights. They're not really getting into late game positions. They're not really getting good positions either. They're not, and also if they're trying to play safe, if they're trying to play the long game, they're not getting kills. And a good example of that is X-Men last night final game. They got a 3rd place finish. They got 1 kill though. So, you know, you're playing safe to get position, but then you're not getting kills, and then you're playing aggressive early to get kills, but then you're not getting position. And clearly we've spoken at lengths about, you know, these top teams like T5, Purple Mood, they do it on both ends here. And unfortunately at this level and a lobby this stacked, it's just not going to cut it.
I wonder if it just comes down to, I mean, it could come down to a number of different things for each team that's not performing to their standard, like EXO, like X-Men. It doesn't really matter who it is. We can talk about them for hours if we wanted to, but I wonder if it's just familiarity with the lobby. If we're going to put, you know, analyze something, maybe it's just they're not super confident in a lobby like this. Maybe X-Men on edge, or the way that they're kind of playing their macro game and positioning their players doesn't really fit for this lobby. And maybe that's why they're kind of losing out. Maybe they should be a little bit more aggressive, kind of charging their way into zones, putting players a bit more, further ahead, risking things that they maybe shouldn't in other lobbies but can get away with here, just so they can find themselves in a decent spot. I feel like that's probably the case with EXO as well. Every time we look at them, it seems like they're on the back foot. I feel like we never really look at them and they're on the front foot, which is really devastating for those guys. But yeah, maybe just familiarity with the lobby and trying to figure it out from there, I suppose.
Yeah, unfortunately, game not quite just ready yet. I think there's like one player, and I mean one player that's just like systematically holding up the lobby, unfortunately, for Tago.
Classic.
Hopefully not too much longer to go. And I will say, the players have been really good this tournament, and actually probably not even just this tournament. I remember doing like PCR 2 at the back end of last year, and they were all really good. Back in the old days, back in your day, Russ, they were actually quite shocking, I'm not going to lie. So I'm glad to see that in terms of the professionalism for PUBG, players are on time, they're in the lobby, they've been great. Obviously, this is just like one instance, so we don't really care that much. But big shout out to the players. Good job. Keep it up. Obviously, we've been kind of highlighting those bottom teams, but I do kind of want to touch on the middle of the pack. We've obviously spoken about the top teams. There's the bottom teams. Middle of the pack is actually quite spicy when you look at like your FWs, your EXOs, your Burarams, even somewhat to the Expendables. They're all still in the mix, right? And they're all so good enough for us that when you kind of look at them, and I think you could probably throw Fury in that middle pack now as well, down to 6th, 52 points, cooled off a little bit. But those are the kind of teams I look to, and I think there's going to be at least one of them that's really going to pop off by the end of tonight, or say if it's on Saturday, as the don't count them out kind of dark horse teams.
One of them will have a 60-point day or 70-point day or something like that for certain. You look at Buraram with that potential, you look at FW with that potential, Fury, potentially they can get it done, although I feel like if they were going to have an excellent night, it wouldn't be such an explosive night, it would just be kind of consistent games on top of each other, right? EXO definitely can get it done. I've talked about their glass cannon nature before, but that obviously can lead to them having terrible games and also excellent games. So yeah, I agree. I mean, look, that middle of the pack, any one of them, I agree, can certainly pop off. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of them have a 60, 70-point day. I feel like it's just a matter of time. And I think at the end of tonight, obviously we have that break tomorrow. That's when you can study. That's when you can figure out, okay, we went into this lobby thinking this, how's it really turned out? And then from there, you can build on that. And that's where those big nights come from, is when you really understand the teams you're playing against.
Yeah, and I think that obviously those top teams are aware that the teams below them, right? So your Purple Moods, your T5s, obviously now even your NHEs, your Cerberus, know full well that those teams below them have the capabilities of being able to have those 60 to 70 kind of point nights. So they kind of keep on their toes. The good news for them, though, if you think about your Purple Moods and your T5s, they don't really need to go and have 70-point nights again. I mean, they've already done it. I mean, what did Purple Mood have, like 72, 73 points last night? So you probably don't need to do that every other night. Now you can go back to kind of like a consistent 40 to 50 points a night, which I think is good enough in a lobby that is this stacked in terms of the 16 teams that we have for the grand final. So yeah, this is the thing as well. Like when we've got such a stacked lobby, which we haven't really had for a long time. If you actually kind of think about it, not since the PCS days have we really seen lobby like this stacked in APAC, because you've got everything so split up now. It's been a really good eye-opening clash for a lot of these teams. And
100%. Eye-opening is a good phrase, yeah, for sure.
It's been really fascinating to just kind of watch also the play styles from these teams. I feel like they're all on the same page. If you think about APAC, if you think about PUBG, say 4 or 5 years ago, it was like this culmination of just everyone doing just totally different things, and everyone was like doing their own kind of thing. Whereas now, to me, the level in APAC, and we've seen it at like PGC, for example, these APAC teams are starting to really make a name for themselves globally as well, getting into PGC grand finals, especially the Thai and the Vietnamese teams. But the quality in this lobby, if you would have told me like 4 years ago, I would have been stunned.
Yeah, I mean, you make a really good point there. A couple of years ago, a few years ago, North America, EU, APAC, and every other region had their own, if not distinct play style, then distinct level of play, distinct a standard, I suppose. EU, China, and Korea were kind of considered at the top, and then NA were probably below them. And then you had the way that OS played. You had the way that the SEA teams played. I mean, I think the reason you had something like that is because Buraram went overseas, I believe in 2021, and just popped off, and you said, okay, well, that's kind of peak APAC PUBG. That's how APAC wants to play, pure aggression and just stomping over every team around them. That's how APAC wants to play, and so that kind of formed this distinct play style for these regions. But then now, I agree, it's kind of become a bit homogenized. Everyone is playing a style of PUBG that is very similar to other people. I think now it's more about the teams' distinguishable features. I think teams probably have their own certain styles of play rather than kind of a macro region. Obviously, a team, the way a team plays is going to be inspired by the region they came from. But yeah, I think it's become a lot more meshed together, and we're seeing, I mean, that's probably why these teams are competing when they go internationally, is because they've adapted to what the international stage requires.
So finally, Taego, we can get underway. Do apologize for the delay getting into the third game of the night, but can finally get going here. It's a western side plane path going down to the south, so your Kang Yuangs and your airports actually will be a little bit annoying to get to if you would really want to here for Taego. It was a Hohyang finish last night, right down to the south side of Taego, so that was a little bit of fun. Typically, I find when we go to Taego, it really does center up quite often. Like, it's deceptively not that big from the map's perspective, especially when you take into account the Northwest Island plus mainland. And then you also have to remember there's all of that unplayable terrain that's not really actually part of the map, or on that eastern side as well. So it's a big map when you actually are in there and you're playing it, but from the map's perspective, it doesn't look that big, especially when you kind of look at all these teams having to be forced landing on the western side because of that plane path. So we'll see what happens in terms of the circle. It could be a fun one for our game of Taego. Vikendi to come after this as we're halfway through the second night, and indeed it does center up once again towards that main river crossing between the two islands, as it usually does, and I'm not too surprised with this.
Yeah, I was going to say, when we get circles on the extremities of Taego, they're always pretty fun. I've seen a lot up towards that airport way. They seem to finish in and around those fields, and they're always fun because field fights are always fun to spectate, not necessarily to play, but on Taego there's a little bit more lenience than there is on, say, a Wrangle. But yeah, I mean, if we get one on the extremities, it's always fun, especially if it's going to end around where NHE are right now, so towards Hosan Prison, just because that area is incredibly open and there's kind of usually chaos down there. But unfortunately, it does center up. It does do the boring thing. Although that river is splitting it down the middle, I wouldn't say 50-50. Oh, actually, no, maybe I would say 50-50. That's actually pretty damn close to 50-50 now that I really look at it. X-Men in a solid position to at least get something done. They're going to put, again, they're going to be able to put themselves in a spot where they can choose whether or not they want to opt for the West or the East. And for them right now, probably best case scenario is having a play for both, like most teams on either side of this river are going to want to do. So QC, they're going to have a play for North, and they're going to have a play for South as well. They're close to the bridges. They have the option to swim if they are really desperate, and then of course they're going to know where the boat spawns are if they need to take them. So that's kind of what I'm looking at when I look at this right now, is are these teams setting themselves up for that northern play and for the south play as well?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this can be a lot of fun depending on the way this circle does play. I just feel like 8 times out of 10, maybe 7 times out of 10, it just always goes mainland with these kind of circles.
Yeah.
But the other thing as well, like if you compare it to like Erangel, for example, with like a Rozhok River, there's so many ways that you can cross on Taego as well. So it's not as much of a influential decision where it's like, oh, do we go this island? Do we go mainland? Like, what do we do? Like, you can kind of just bake on one of them, and then if it goes the other way, it's no big deal, especially in this era of PUBG, where you can always just take a pickup system too, if required. But
exactly.
What I love about Taego more than anything is this: open fields, driving, rotational fights, pushing into tree lines, where it's kind of got that little bit of an Erangel element to it as well. As I said, like, it deceptively looks small as a map on the map screen, but it is quite a big map with lots of open areas to drive through. And as a lot of people say, the elements of Miramar and elements of Erangel. So far, not a whole lot happening though. 4.5 minutes in, 64 players still up, as 64 players came into this game. They were nice and spread as well with this kind of circle too. You kind of have more than enough on the Northwest Island or on the mainland. So probably not expecting too much here until maybe in the next couple of minutes when teams start to rotate in towards Circle 1. And then you might see a couple kind of drive by each other.
Yeah, this is very Untego-like. I'm kind of shocked. I feel like most of the action is probably going to pop off towards the south. Unicorn Cyber in a good spot to potentially third party any of that action below them. Looking at RXE moving their way in, DK as well. LPL play for the map stream, so you understand the references when we make them. Unicorn Cyber, though, they're set up. Really good spot. I kind of like off-center spots like this, especially if they're going to 2-2. And this is something I think you're going to see very commonly on Tago is a couple people in the compound and then a couple people on the hill behind them. And it's necessary on Tago because of how easy it is to access the hills on Tago. I mean, the trees are dense enough to where you can pull up and probably be quite silent about it, and Unicorn Cyber might not have any idea, but it's also a fantastic scouting spot. So you may as well take advantage of it while you can, for so many other reasons as well. Compound defense as well. If the compound was to get breached, you've got a couple people on high. So Unicorn Cyber playing it as they should at the moment, playing every role they possibly can, watching north, east, south, and west. Haven't spotted anyone yet, though. And never mind, Sapao has. DK made their way up from the south, but didn't really get involved. They're going to set up as neighbors to Sapao and Unicorn Cyber, although DK don't know Unicorn Cyber is here, if I had to guess. But Sapao definitely knows DK's here.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, though, you DK, you're coming into a rather central location when you kind of think about this mainland is split from Northwest Island, right? If you kind of count that whole north, because you're banking on mainland as the circle shift phase 2, phase 3, then this will probably end up being a really kind of high density position. You have to assume there's going to be teams around you. And especially as you're driving in, not late, but, 6.5 minutes, you've had to rotate, you've had to get here. Again, pretty kind of decent position for other teams to loot around the vicinity. Ray's just peeking out, getting some information. As I say, info is always just key. As much as you can have, you want to try and get. And FW Esports, like a few teams already, pretty happy with what they've got.
Still no one dead.
Yeah, not even a knock. I haven't even heard a bullet get at the moment fired.
Kind of in shock. I mean, you can see from Botfluke's point of view as well, this is also something not necessarily exclusive to Tago, but definitely more common. These just incredibly long sightlines. You can see underneath the trees as well, off to the opposite hills. It's very easy to spot people. You don't necessarily even need the high ground. You just have to be on the
here we go.
Here we go. Here's some action.
So Jun got knocked. Van Nye will get the kill.
Oh, wait, that was it.
That was a 160 meter knock. And DK do lose a player.
I thought we were going to get more than that.
It just was a one and done. Russell, one and done. 2.5 minutes till phase 2. New generation esports, though, will be quite content to at least get a bit of a freebie. Such an up and down tournament for these guys. I mean, 126 points, second place, only 2 points behind top spot FW in the LCQ. Just the one win, but a multitude of top 5 finishing, who were tied second for kills. I mean, such a standout LCQ. Obviously had that amazing start to the group stage as well. Like, their best is as good as anyone's. It just can't give us their best all that often, and that's just a darn shame. So fun to watch when NGE are fit and firing. Just the 26 points, and currently in the bottom 5. Top team from Vietnam.
Not a place I'd expect to see them at all.
I mean, really, when you kind of look at that whole bottom 6, they are the sore thumb that sticks out.
Yep.
More than the others. TE probably then close if you go bottom 7.
And Buram just above them.
Well, I mean, Booram's been okay, and then you kind of consider one good game, and they probably jump from 9 to 5, right? So I'm not going to be too hard on Booram.
You can see him through the tree, right?
Well, I think he has spotted him. I don't think he can see him per se, as in on a constant basis, but I do agree. I think he has spotted him at some point moving around. I mean, you can see him here without the X-ray on. You can see him moving around. So, I mean, not the kind of angle where you're like, oh my God, I'm going to shoot him, but you've definitely got eyes on something. This, by the way, on the Northwest Island, just outside of Yongcheon. No hot drop for Q confirmed this game, of course, as the circle's popping in 30 seconds. So what pops with it? Well, 2 pickup systems. Newhouse Esports, they're on the move. And I think FW will be the other ones. They've timed theirs more so for the circle pop, though. And two reasons for that, Russell, though. One, the scouting option. Two, the reposition if needed. If this does go mainland and you're FW, well, then you can obviously take the pickup system and get over there. If it doesn't, then you could reposition off a scout. You don't have the vehicles, though. That's the downside.
Where are we going? Give us a north. That'll create some chaos.
Oh,
and it has gone north. T5, access to that compound we know right now is an absolute god compound. Fury looking to probably grab that as well, but it's occupied so many teams on the south. I don't see any emergency parachutes, by the way. I would expect to see them popped immediately as that goes north, but I haven't seen any, so that leads me to believe there's going to be a lot of contention for the bridges, maybe some desperate teams swimming across if it ever comes to that, and some boats as well. I don't actually know. Although it's hard to see on the map stream, there's a lot of chaos. Lots of plane lines as well, including the original plane line. Trying to get in somewhere, but this is T5 split.
Yeah, we'll watch
this.
Oh,
NHE's here as well.
Yeah, we'll watch this. Of course, NHE coming all the way from the school all the way south. Flew over Hosan, and they've made their way into the Northwest Island because of that pickup system. And Long K wins the early contact fight against Pathan Pong, who's been so influential for Theraton 5 in this tournament. So that's a big loss for T5. He gets overwhelmed really quick and really easy because it was a 2-2 split for T5 when they were holding the island. As soon as it popped, though, they were not able to group back up. I think they really needed to.
They probably could have.
No, they probably had enough time. Yeah, I mean, NHG were coming in through the pickup system. They had to parachute down. It's not as if it was this rush send with vehicles at the front door. They certainly could have come out of that scenario. As now Unicorn Cyber on the rotate, going past QC outside of Yongcheon. And Opot with a knockdown onto Chu. He'll collect the kill. No surprise, you did say, Russ, on the Circle 2 pop, if it goes northwest, we'll see the chaos. And so far, the chaos has started to ensue.
Seeing a late emergency parachute from EXO as well. They are so far out of this circle, so probably the necessary play for them. X-Men have found themselves in the center. Good opportunity for them, and yeah, honestly devastating for T5. Thankfully, they didn't lose Hatsawat as well. That would have been really devastating because they've got access to that one compound that every time we see the circle pop, that compound seems to be most desired. It seems to be the one that probably nets you the highest results. Fury couldn't get it in time. Instead, now they're going to have to contest with Cerberus. Fury holding a city down like we saw them do yesterday. Didn't result in the win for them last night. Probably won't here either. They've had to spread themselves out to a compound just outside the city as well. Cerberus, they put themselves inside. Definitely a spot they can fight out of. I think for Cerberus, though, they just need to identify whether or not they want to take one of the fights with the, one of the splits, or whether they just want to leave, go somewhere else, ignore Fury entirely. I guess they have the option to. Cerberus can go north here if they wanted to. It would be a drive through the city, but the entire drive would be covered thanks to the density of the city. Looks like that's kind of what they're going to do. And here's EXO finally coming in from all the way outside the zone. Where are they going to end up?
Go Doc. That's probably the only place they would have thought they could actually land safely. Yeah, there might be a team or two. You'll be able to reconvene, sneak attack, spots in sight, flying on down. But you know what's interesting? They should have actually just scouted out the hill north of Go Doc is free. Now, Fury won't know this, because Fury's been in Godok, so they haven't had the opportunity to scout. Again, you think about the net positives and the net negatives of the parachute system. Well, one of the massive positives is they probably were anticipating to go to Godok, then they fly over it and they're like, hey, we've scouted out the hill next to it. It's free. We'll play that. That's even better. And that's exactly what EXO's gone and done because of it.
Yeah.
And Insight got a vehicle as well. They've done this perfectly.
Yeah, genuinely, in the matter of seconds, they've gone from having zero control to controlling maybe a ninth of this circle or an eighth of this circle, which is decent high ground as well. They've got a decent spread and
oh my
to boot.
God. What is that?
Doesn't matter anymore, though. Not EXO's entire emergency parachute doesn't matter. Cerberus's rotate doesn't matter. X-Men, New House, they're going to be the benefactors of this, along with a couple other teams. This is just devastating PUBG circle shifts at their finest.
Yeah, I mean, this is not something I would have been anticipating. Albeit it is phase 3. That can obviously still happen. Phase 4, it is going to have to hard shift over to, well, I guess the Northwest Island, which is now going to be considered the mainland, if you will. TE are actually still on, technically, the old school mainland. So they're on the other side of the bridge that FW went to. Now, FW, they were south of Godok, Russell. They took the parachute system, and that was based on the Circle 2 pop, which then went to the Northwest Island. I thought, I immediately am thinking, okay, well, they'll cancel it, they'll drop, they'll go back. They have the info, they just came from that vicinity. But they actually went all the way for dead center at the bridge, and boy, have they benefited by this phase 3 circle shift. They are now dead center. And as you said before, for ExoClan, all that good work, I guess, is now just undone by the circle shift. You can still play edge. You can push in from that location. Certainly a lot easier than coming in from the mainland, trying to cross the bridge. That's all a bit annoying. Can be a bit RNG, but yeah, this is a 60-player lobby as well for this kind of phase 3 circle, minute and a half. This is going to get very chaotic. We'll do our best to capture as much of it, but I'm telling you, in the next 3 minutes, we are just going to see death after death.
Yeah, exactly. Unicorn Cyber might be the first of this circle that we see. FW, you can see their spot. It's not buildings. It's not super great amounts of hard cover, but it doesn't matter. They've still got an advantage. Smell will take down Sapao, and now it's just Destroy. His car is so low, basically 1 HP. He's going to continue driving around to try and find something, but there's nothing. There's nothing that he can really play that he'll be happy with. Exo as well. We talked about how good their emergency parachute was. And now it's amounted to this desperation for them. They're going to send it in, but Fury's beaten them to the punch. Fury are in front of EXO. The spot that EXO probably wanted, Fury's now taken. They're going to, in fact, do the exact same rotate I just watched Fury do. If they do continue to stay in their cars here. Booram setting up on edge. There's EXO rotating through. Fury off in the distance. Not the exact same rotate. EXO wants something different, but I wonder if it's going to be as good as what they were hoping for. It's probably just a hill with a couple of trees, some rocks to deal with. Probably not going to be ideal.
Spray from Duck Juice. It's a couple that have landed. Now pulls out the Draconov to try and finish the job off. Crossing that bridge successfully will be Petra for Q confirm.
What is Petra doing here? Oh,
he's just trying to get over to his team. Yeah, I don't know what he was doing. Bit of a strange rotate originally, but he has grouped back up with the rest of Q confirm as Edie is getting picked up by Canaxi and hopefully for his sake taken to safety. Smoke out from Cheeksy, and there is QC now with Petra having returned to them. He aids them with the backup that was required in the fight against RXC. Thanahan, is he running down that hill? Hard to see which side of it is on, but at the rock is 6789, and the nade that has taken him down courtesy of Cheeksy. Trying to help out is Vinisu, but he is just getting bombarded. There's so many frag grenades from QC to try and win this fight. He does help out though with the big tag onto Opons, 70 damage. But Cheeksy pushes up after the initial knock onto 6789. He then gets the knock on Vinisu, but Dimity stealing it for Armory Gaming across the road on the north side of this fight. Not really all that close, so a nice cheeky steal for AG.
Armory Gaming, they've done a splitting 2-2 now as well. They left a couple members here to deal with the remains of this fight. Whoever wins it, Armory Gaming will try and steal them. Good so far from QC though, excellent push. They know they have the advantage in this fight, and so far they've converted it, although they're going to lose one. Opons drives into the bowl that Bao LP currently occupies. No opportunity for a trade. Every other member of Q Confirm couldn't see into that bowl. But now they have full info. Thanahan on the hill, Bao LP in front of Leon's, very close, driving away now. So now maybe it gives opportunity for QC to do something, but just as they thought they could finalize their play and maybe make a final move into this zone on the edge, here TE is behind them.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I thought they started that fight really well. Good frag usage. They were also taking space, pushing up to the rocks. The numbers have arrived from are the mean. Thanahan trying as hard as he can to get that knock, unable to do so. Bao LP driving that vehicle. It is Cheeksy that got the knock onto Dalwin. Eventually, he does go down for TE. Remember, they were on the mainland. They had to cross back over to the Northwest Island. They've done so late. Coming in late to this area is always going to come with its repercussions. So you lose Dalwin, you might lose a few more, but it's all said and done here. 60 seconds until phase 5. Phase 4 circle did obviously do its job as you would expect. Over to the fields, and it has shifted up. So you've got some good fields play. There's also still good terrain on the south side. This is a really fun circle as Flucky with some damage through the nades. 2 more in hand towards ExoClan.
This is the spot that EXO found after all their previous efforts. Honestly, pretty decent. A good spot to at least take a fight from. A little bit of high ground to work with as well. But they put themselves in between a couple teams. Cerberus on the backside too. Monty's putting up a good defense. Lucky's on the high ground playing around the smokes. A really quick and nice spray onto inside. And he's going to turn around and deal more damage to a completely separate team. Info gathered now for Purple Moon, but it's just Flucky up. He's going to choose to back up after gathering that info. He says, nah, screw that. I'll let these two teams fight. I'll try and get away with my life and maybe come back to this fight once Exo and Cerberus have popped off with each other.
Yeah, so big for the entire lobby, though, to see Purple Moon down to just one player remaining. The leaders at the moment, as it is going to be a confirmed kill with Haisaki's death. That will put them up to 83 now for PLM. Just the one player left, though. And elimination for Exo Clan. They found themselves to be the meat in the unfortunate sandwich, getting pushed on by a multitude of teams in the end. Cerberus, though, now up to 4 kills, into the top 4 overall as well with that. And Tanvu with a big double nade onto Thanahan and Bao LP. Much needed for the Expendables as they collect a couple of kills. And again, it's our bottom 3 that have struggled. UNC, RXC, but maybe not for X-Men. This could be their game. James, not his time. He gets knocked down. 3 up still, though, for Armory Gaming, north side of the circle, as they are getting aggressed upon by Newhouse Esports. Is there a chance James gets back up? I think he does, yeah. It's that 2-2 split that you were talking about before, Russell. So they've still got that, but they've got to be careful.
Oh, it's being pressured. Riz is dealing enough damage back as well to dissuade Newhouse from pushing up anymore. That's probably going to solidify Newhouse not getting that aggressive. And a second one from Dynasty as well. Riz and Dynasty, what a dynamic duo.
Oh, sit down.
For Armory. They could even wipe Newhouse here. They're only as 2, but they're not scared of this. Not scared of this at all. They'll have info that Neil T's been knocked as well. They know that there's only 1 up for Newhouse. They can push into this if they wanted to, but discipline. Very, very disciplined from Armory Gaming. Their teammates have a spot in zone, and if they were to push in and lose their lives, it would be an incredible throw from Armory. So well disciplined there. They'll just group up and play the rest of the game how they probably should. Yeah,
prioring that position instead of just pushing into the warehouse. You can see here on the map screen, NHE not really in a position you want to push into. If you're going to kill them, you want to be in a better position later. Maybe you can still get the kills, but you'll be in that good position. You don't want to over-aggress. You're playing that 2-2 split, as DK have just wiped out Cerberus, who were looking to be having a decent game. Got to recall, of course, they did lose Haisaki in a fight earlier, so they only had the 3 players, but made quick work of by DK, as New Generation also will be exiting this game of Tago. Van Nye and Hakai both eliminated. So again, another pretty turbulent game for NGE, and that has them in the bottom 4. That is a bottom 4 position now for New Generation Esports. With the game that DK are having, they're out of that bottom 4 and close to being out of the bottom 5. If they get 1 more point, that'll put down QC. FW Esports continuing to do well. 4 kills, 4 players alive. South side of the zone, probably not as turbulent as the north side, especially now that it has been cleared a little bit by these 2 teams respectively, who may now meet each other here on the south side of the circle.
Yeah, well, this southwestern side is probably going to become a little bit hectic in a minute. This is where all the hills and terrain is to play around in this circle. The rest of it's buildings and fields, and those teams are going to be content to sit where they are. So fighting over this high ground. Well, I say that, and of course, Riz and Dynasty have reaggressed, reassessed the situation. They've taken the liberties that they know they can take without getting too aggressive. It's so well played so far from Armory, as they've been doing the entirety of this grand final so far, sitting up in that 5th position. And backing off again. Smokes are up. No reason to sit down on that Ridge, but maybe caught off guard. Riz goes down. He needs backup from Dynasty here. If Riz was to lose his life, I mean, Shanks and James would be like, what are you doing? Dynasty's going to have to get something done here. Get that car in front of Riz. Backup is needed from the other 2 teammates, but I think he's going to lose his life. This is great backup from James. Headshots onto T1706. Neil T as well. Riz, he might just get away with that mistake.
Yeah, I think Shanks just landed a massive heady onto T1706. Yeah, he probably was him. And so at least helping out. And Dynasty very quick into getting to work throughout the smokes, got the vehicle over. Saw those nades being thrown, but a lot harder for them to throw it because of the pressure coming from the other 2 members of AEG. DK down to just 2 players remaining. Smell and Hoang. Smell, of course, with a lot of experience. And you back him in here, but Guru on one side, FW on the other. Neil T, man, probably got over aggressive, but he had to push out of that position anyway. Blue is moving. North side's no longer good side. So you do have to kind of push forward regardless. They got the revive. Riz gets him into a good position. Can't spot the snake. T1, he's shot. Just the positioning from Riz calls T1 to take the shots. That giveaway position. And Armory Gaming deal with a tricky situation quite well. And so far, I think they've played this game extremely well too. A very mature performance from Armory Gaming. 5 kills, good position. Now they push forward into T5. We can probably stay on them because they are about to send it straight into Theraton 5. Shakes with the seat swap. It's clean. Headshot onto Hatsuo. Rossiter Jr. falls to Riz. And T5 are no more. Gordon 7th. And that's a handy 2 more kills for Armory Gaming. Up into 3rd place overall.
Oh my god. If you want to learn how to play competitive PUBG, especially in the late game, watch this VOD, watch Armory. They'll lose Jame on that entrance, but it's certainly worth it. To push yourself into a late game spot like this, you'll take that. Dynasty and Riz have been fantastic at defending their allocated spots. Now though, they have a little less cover to play with. Pressured by X-Men, although X-Men, you can see them, they're pressured themselves. Cal goes down to a couple good nades from Noadra. And FW with a lot of control on this south, now playing with that control, seeing what they can actually get away with. They'll send a couple players towards those fields. They can hear all this action popping off towards the north, and they want a piece of it. So they'll send a couple scouts over there to see what they can get done, and maybe they'll even promote themselves from scouts to fraggers because they're pushing up really aggressive.
Look
And
at
I think
that
they've noticed they can, Oh my god, look at X-Men, Armory, and TE all in like 1/4 of that map.
It is just a pure circle. No one wants center for this kind of zone. Phase 7 though, and it goes towards Buramp United into 8th. Big nades being thrown here. Have they got the distance? Have they got the distance? I tell you what, that is the one. From Banana One, 6 sacks to follow up as well. X-Men, what can you realistically do from both sides now with AG coming in to steal some of these away? Tarnished about to bleed out. Dynasty steals it for all the good nades from FW. It's Armory Gaming that they collect the check. They've gotten up to 10 kills. They are getting a lot closer to the top 2 as well. And FW will turn their attentions to Armory Gaming and the Expendables. Duckjuice knocked by Shanks. Maybe they can steal one back the other way. Riz though with a tag on to Raze. Tanthu spotted, the legs just sticking through the blades of the grass. He's just trying to stay alive. He gets the kill onto Shanks. TE gone, split 1-for-1 between AG and FW.
So good so far from both FW and Armory Gaming. Armory Gaming lose another one in Shanks this time round, but they've done enough this game. 11 kills, playing these fields to perfection. You can recognize skill in a moment like this. When you look at that mini-map, that's all you really need to look at. It sucks for them that they've lost members along the way, but a couple of those losses have been necessary. And still they'll provide pressure. This is the dynamic duo, Riz and Dynasty, and they're not afraid. FW, maybe they're the ones that should be afraid. Dynasty, though, there's not much cover here. They decided that this is the way they want to push, and Riz is going to try, but he's copped a bolt shot to the body, and Banana One's going to be the one to finish it. So good defense from FW, but what a fantastic game from Armory.
Yeah, really good game from them. They go up to 75 points, and they are not that far away from the top 2. FW played it well, good positioning. They had Bot Fluke as the anchor south side as well, making sure no one would wrap in. These are the kind of circles you're wary of third parties because no one wants center. They're all just wrapping around the edge. And so Bot Fluke holding that south side, really good play from FW. They were able to win that with the numbers even not quite being at full strength. Buramp, lose cam, Flood with the knock, but they are going to get it crossed upon now by FW. Unfortunately for Fury, they haven't been able to move from this location because Buramp kind of have slight high ground, as you can see here from Edie's POV. So they've kind of been stuck. Big knock for Flood though onto Banana One. That might just relieve the pressure valve a little bit.
He's been knocked though. I can't help but think they can extend just a little bit more. I guess Bot Fluke is their worry at the moment. Banana One will fall. With Kinaxi's info, I can't help but think Edie can also match that kind of line, push up to the peak of that hill. Fury's so pressured right now. And with Kinaxi's position, and Noadra's as well, or can, sorry. I feel like you can match it, get a little bit higher. I guess they don't want to risk it though. Noadra's here defending FW all by his lonesome for the moment, but backup is quickly able to turn around, do a full 180 if Noadra needs it, and he certainly needs it right now. Nades are coming his way. Hasn't caught that much being sat behind this rock, but it's all on him right now, and he can't really get it done. Nice headshot from Bot Fluke, and he doesn't double up. FW now on the push.
This is winnable for Fury. This is the dream scenario for them. Sneak attack even stealing a kill. They're not in the best of positions, but they wanted FW and Buramp to fight. And that's exactly what is happening. Buramp still with the numbers, despite even losing Noadra. And Sneak attack does get knocked by Ken. I mean, talk about taking a fight on 2 fronts here for Buramp. FW have kind of backed off though. I mean, Raze is still playing that sort of front position, but Zigzags has fallen back and forced though to take the fight courtesy of Canaxi. Raze wasn't able to get away from the rock. He loses his life. It's Buram's game to lose from here. There's still that knock onto Sneak Attack. He only just got brought back up. So Fury, again, have not been able to move. They are stuck out in those fields. High ground and zone control will still be favoring Brew against the duo of Fury and the solo of FW Esports.
I wonder if for Fury there was ever any timing, even without that knock, if it hadn't been suffered, whether they could have made this push or not. You can see from Zigzag's point of view, it is just open field. Buram, they have enough numbers to allocate one to Fury. In this case, it's Can, but everyone on Buram is popping shots at Fury right now and hitting them too. So, my God.
Bro, I may as well just take a bolty at this point instead of the mini. Double heads.
He would have wiped them at this point. Oh my God. I mean, full control from Buram right now. As long as they don't throw it away to Zigzags, as long as they don't lose control to one man behind the rock, it's all theirs.
No frag grenade here for ED, so the Molotov is what's going to have to do. I like the position for Zigzags, and he's got a smoke that can aid him, but Fury, they probably need to leave him alive. Like 12 gets knocked by Canaxi, but if you do get the kill into Zigzags, that's second place. So go for it. If you can, you may as well. 10 kills for FW, and a nade from Sneak Attack to at least confirm not only the kill point, but second place for Fury, knowing full well that they're in a tough spot from here. Sneak Attack in a 1 versus 3. Leaves Luke, runs into the blue. Does he die to the blue? Yes, he does. That, though, is a Buram United win, a 7-kill win, and it shifts them up into 7th place overall on the leaderboard as they take Tago.
Not really a game that we saw much of Buram, but as soon as we got down to that top 4, that top 5, we were seeing a whole lot of them. They had that high ground and they were controlling it incredibly well. I thought maybe it would get a little bit dodgy when Noadra got knocked, but it really didn't. The rest of them had it under wraps completely. And like you said, they were taking fights on 2 fronts. It's not like Fury were that much of a threat, but they certainly needed to be watched. And so that limited the resources that Buram had to pull off that win. Yep. They still get it done regardless.
Yeah, they certainly did. Very fun game of Tago, though. How good is this map? I thought maybe at the start it was just going to be another classic kind of, okay, we're going to tease it, show the river, and then go south mainland. How many times do we see that on Tago? But not this time. Chaos the whole way through, and Buram do collect the win, although some other storylines, again, continue to develop. Armory Gaming, how big were they? FW, are they on the march? So much and more. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, we will discuss it all on Vikendi.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet is bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the Weapon Stealer, no questions asked, the Garage for your own special edition Bulletproof Pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
United will take the win on Tago. They'll be more than happy with that performance. 7 kills, but obviously a very frenetic circle, which for a lot of teams, it could have really gone a different way depending on the way it was going to shift, move around for FW. Thought they had a really good performance. Armory Gaming probably stole the show through the midway portion of that game with their positioning and gameplay. Certainly one of the top teams there, as they are actually now one of the top teams overall on the leaderboard. In third place, single digits behind the top two as it continues to shape up. 2 games to go for tonight, which by the end of tonight, we will then be halfway through the tournament. So you really do want to be inside of that top 8 by the end of the night. And that top 8 has kind of also got a little gap forming to the bottom 8, Russell. 49 points EXO in 9th, 62 Fury and above. And you can see obviously how close. I mean, Fury to first is only 21 points. And well, I mean, Fury to 10th is also like 19 points. So the gap between the first 8 teams and then the 2 teams after that is about the same.
Yeah, it is. The gaps, I mean, look, the worst case scenario is if a gap between top 8 and bottom 8 forms. I hate to see that. Currently, the 2 Australian teams occupying those spots. I don't want to see gaps that distinct, but we're going to get something like that. If those teams are going to perform the way they have been, then I guess we're going to have to settle for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it happens in most tournaments, doesn't it? When it comes to PUBG, you're always going to end up with gaps. You're always going to end up with, you know, maybe a bit of top heaviness here or there. I mean, how many of these tournaments really you get down to the last 3-4 games and quite frankly, it's down to 2 or 3 teams. So right now, I'm okay with maybe 8 teams being in the running halfway through this tournament. In APAC, we've back in the old PCS days, by the end of the first night, you could tell it was going to be a 2 or a 3 team race. So right now, it's, I think, been pretty good to watch. Clearly, there's a couple of teams on the bottom end of the standings that it just hasn't worked out for them. It's been rough going. And I think for the top teams, they've all had good moments now, you know, throughout the however many games that we played, 8 or 9 games that we played overall for the grand final. I think they've all kind of shown at some point something. And that's always really good to see. And it's good for the teams that they can continue to build on that. You've got to remember, for you know, these teams, there's no PGS points, there's no PGC points, there's no pathways to those globals. It is a curtain raiser, a preseason, if you will, for 2024. So there's also a bit of experimenting going on. We're seeing teams try out, you know, new IGLs. We saw that with Day Trade, for example. They got knocked out. We're seeing substitutes come in as well, new academy players making their debut. So it's a different environment to say if this was like a PGS, but we are obviously still seeing some really high quality PUBG.
I'd love to say that I've seen at least something from all of these teams, but I feel like I've seen more from Rapsiek than I have from X-Men and maybe Unicorn Cyber as well, and maybe a couple of the teams down there. I feel like we haven't seen everyone do something great just yet. I'm looking for it. I'm really hoping we get to see it, because that's all they really need, is a great moment, and then you can build off that. You can work off that. There's so much momentum that can be gained from that. I think case in point is probably EXO. They won the game last night, and coming into tonight, they've done a lot better than if, or comparing them to the first few games from yesterday. That last game was very devastating for them, but they definitely fought. I feel like the play they had at the end there was probably their last chance effort to actually get something done. It was kind of the only spot they could really play, and they die from there. But still, yeah, excellent from them. And then, of course, I mean, look, we could talk about that last game for hours. There's so much to dive into, so many nuances as well, and such excellent play from so many teams. Obviously, Armory's a standout. You mentioned FW as well, but we kind of have to move into the next game. I'd love to waffle about how good Armory was that last game, but Plane's currently going over Vikendi, so we should probably focus on that.
Yep, Vikendi is where we go. Map 4 for the night here for the second night of the Grand Finals, the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Hope everyone has been enjoying the action, the 16 best teams in the APAC region, at least as of right now, and certainly deserved through the group stage, then into the last chance qualifiers. Now remember, for Vikendi, it's Lumberyard, and it's RXC and Armory Gaming who get to have their little battle. RXC have got some hot drops on every single map, it seems, minus Tago. I don't think I've ever seen them hot drop on Tago. Now, mind you, again, it's not really hot dropping per se. This is just the loot location that both have specified they'd like to go to, and they're stubborn. They're just very stubborn.
It's a hot drop.
Well, I always consider a hot drop is like you drop on someone. This is just two teams that have both said we want to go here, and they're both fighting. It's a contested drop.
Contested drop. All right. Try and get that to stick with every other PUBG player. I mean, look, last time we saw, I believe it was Thanahan, had a great opportunity to get something done, but he kind of messed it up. Mechanical error last time round for this specific fight. It's kind of weird to analyze fights like this. Wow, that's quite westerly. I mean, that's westerly enough to where RXC and AG, whoever actually wins out of these two teams, I mean, first of all, if they win quickly, they're in a solid spot to access that high ground just next to them and move into the circle from there. If they don't get this fight over and done with very quickly, then so many teams are going to get a piece of the pie.
I think this is also one of the hot drops that RXC don't win that often. I can't recall them being able to have as much of a success rate on Lumberyard. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they've had probably most of their success against Q Confirm in those hot drops. Hacienda.
See the head.
Thanahan. Yeah, I mean, he's just going to now wait till the right moment, and that is a big knock on to Dynasty. Top player for Armory Gaming, the kind of player that will be seeking the early contact. Well, seek what you sow, and he has found the contact courtesy of Thanahan, and RXC will get the opening kill. And this was not, because Lumberyard's big enough, right? You don't look at this as the same kind of hot drop as Hacienda, which is that basic one big building, everyone runs around, grabs a gun, and it's all that for frantic running around. Lumberyard's actually quite big, like it's deceptively big, and there's a lot of different buildings, and if you actually drop it properly, you get this. And we've had this every time. One of the games that we had, I can't recall if it was LCQ or group stage. If you remember, Russell, it was like deep in the blue because they couldn't complete the fight at Lumberyard. AG have just given this up, though. They don't want this to turn into an extended scrap. They've already lost Dynasty, and this is a team that's third on the leaderboard. They need the points. They want to obviously chase down Purple Mood and Theraton 5, and getting into a scrappy fight at Lumberyard's not going to do it.
That's probably the reason they're leaving, is because they know their spot on the leaderboard. They have something to lose. They want to continue this momentum, and they thought they'd give it a chance against RXC. If they can get those 4 kills off the bat, then that puts them in a really solid spot to get up into that top 2, but they've lost it now. There's no point losing anymore, so back off. You're close to circle as well, like I said, so there's so much opportunity for the rest of Armory to just chuck themselves into a compound and just play whatever circle they get handed. And you can't blame them for taking that. But that does add does it add a win to RXC's tally on Vikendi? Maybe a de facto win. I don't know. Either way, RXC get away with it. They'll have a similar spot to AG as well, with access to that hill, but lots of other teams rotating as well, NGE being one of them. Looks like they're kind of clean for the moment. Armory Gaming off in the distance. Not many teams in front of them. TE, though, they find themselves next to Can in the compound, who would, it would probably be suicide if he took a couple shots here.
Yeah. As a look with the Car 98, bit of bolty action that we've had tonight. It's been spreading. It's Expendables. Wonder if this is going to be a locked-in core 4 for the remainder of the grand finals. No Brownie,
hope so.
no Ninja 2K.
It would make research so much easier.
Well, they did play this core 4 last night and again tonight. And I think also nothing wrong with using group stage LCQ as like kind of proving grounds, especially if you're running a 6-man roster and then you get rewarded with, you know, being able to play the entire grand final. NGE, bottom 4 now. DK overtaking them in that last game, who ended up tied with Hugh Confirm. That bottom 5th position. Blue to start moving now here for phase 1. 5.5 minutes into Vikendi, outside of Lumberyard and Dynasty's demise. It's obviously time for everyone to start moving. A lot of teams, especially on the eastern side of this circle, actually have not really, in a hurriedly fashion, made their way over to the western side circle. That's a nice spray from Tamvu, but not enough to get the knock. In fact, it goes the other way. Banana 1 gets the knock onto 777. The nade did not connect either. Nice little shot back, and I think that's 777 dead. Indeed it is.
Yeah.
Again, further struggles in the grand final for him.
Tanvu's spray unintentionally allowed the Dragunov to look 777's way, and he cops it. Can't really blame Tanvu. I mean, a spray that he could have hit for sure, but his teammate that was right next to him then copped the brunt of one of the highest damage weapons in the game. Unlucky for TE, and yeah, their woes continue. Part of the teams that need to make up that gap between 8th and 9th. That win, by the way, like you mentioned, put Buram in a solid standing to climb up to the top 5, top 3 even. Very, very close. Even though it was just a 7-kill win, mild win, but definitely put them up there, only a few points away from the teams around them. It would be devastating for TE to lose more members here, especially to another team. Mentally, you lose one player to one team, and then you lose Duck Juice to another in Purple Mood, and you start to overthink everything and go, what the hell's happening, man? And you can lose it after that. Luckily, though, oh, never mind. I might have jinxed him here. It's another Dragunov too. TE's worst nightmare. Thankfully, Duck Juice hops back in his car.
Yeah, and Buram needed that as well. They started the night in 5th. Looked pretty good, and then first 2 games out of the block, 11th and 13th, and it's like, okay, well, where are the points coming from? You'll get that much-needed win on Tago, evens things up. Gets them back into a good position where, you know, it's single digits away from 4th. Thunder's getting some information here for PLM. Duck Juice clearly hasn't seen him. Maybe he has, actually, with that swift little U-turn.
Yeah.
Chucks a Yui, gets out of dodge. I was looking at the map, and Duck Juice is kind of on the other side of where the rest of the Expendables are in terms of Dalwin and Tanvu. Thunders is in between them. I think you must have spotted him. And you're already down a player. You can't afford to lose another one on a rotate that you probably don't need to make.
I mean, TE don't have any hard cover right now. I think they're just playing terrain. So he's doing something to try find something for them to work with. Can't really blame him. Okay, they do have a compound to play around, but Duck Juice obviously realizes that's not an ideal compound, so he'll risk his life to find something better. But I think with that headshot copped, and the fact that they already have some sort of safe haven, he's going to give up his adventure for the moment and just live for as long as they can.
Minute and a half until phase 2. Yeah, not the worst position either here for TE. I think more than happy with this.
Sucks because it's in kind of a bowl. So much of the info they can, or they could have, they're going to have to put themselves up on those ridges around the compound to get. And obviously that has its inherent risks.
Obviously down a player after losing 777. One of their top players, but being a bit of a struggle for him, unfortunately. Just the 1 kill through 9 games. And
damn,
you know, this is the kind of guy that I think can really frag out. Has been on this roster for a long time. When you, despite think about this team as a 6-man core roster, 777's not one that you probably rotate out too often. Nope. Him and Duck Juice especially. Tanvu obviously has become a solidified member. But 1 kill through 9 games, and when you do have the options, you think about, hey, do we maybe go to a brownie? Do we go to a Ninja 2K? Because for 777, it just hasn't been working. All 9 games played, 1 kill, 3 assists, only just under 800 damage dealt.
Let's not pull the trigger yet.
I'm just saying, hey, if it was a 4-man roster, totally different. But you've got options. That's all part of the game. As we go to Lumberyard, for all intents and purposes, that is a massive shift. As you can see how close it is to the blue, that is a huge shift to Lumberyard. RXC now have kind of got God spot here. They can play this. They're already close by to it. Cal lost his life earlier, so just the 3 for Fury, and rotating in towards Lumberyard itself as Stanahan trying to protect the area with a knock on to Luke 12 and gets the kill. Fury down to 2. It's been a rough night for Fury again. I mean, they're down into 8th at the moment. Started the night in 6th, so dropping a little bit.
I mean, they're the caliber team that you can see sitting consistently in that top 5. At least the players are. I mean, we might be able to get to see some RXC endgame.
Maybe.
See what they can offer us there.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? What a rare treat.
Yeah.
Fun fact, they've not made top 10 at all in the grand final.
Doesn't surprise me.
Sorry, no, that's a lie. They've done it once.
Okay.
Sixth place finish. Other than that, everything else has been 10 and above. As Collusion with an 8 has 2 available, and Purple Mood winning this fight against QC. Although at that moment in time, Flocky and Esquilucia both got knocked, and how quickly these fights can change. And they're gone. QC turn it around. Petra and Cheeks got double knocked to start with, and then a really good turnaround from Leons and Opons. And Q Confirm keep themselves alive against the lobby leaders in Purple Mood, who make it back-to-back sour games. 12-1 kill in the earlier match of Tago, and nothing here on Vikendi, and it just leaves the door ajar for all of the other teams below them. I mean, we said it last night. They got 73 points on night 1. You're not... Oh, sorry, 72. I'm correcting myself. 72 points on night 1. They were never going to repeat that. But so far, we've played 4 games, and they've only gotten 11. Big difference, big discrepancy.
Massive fall off from them. Unsure what's happened, but I know one thing for certain. QC is getting naded to hell right now. Newhouse have arrived on top of this hill, and luckily no one else is shooting at either of these teams, so they can take an isolated fight here. Newhouse, though, on top of the hill. They have that man advantage. That nade was enough to pressure QC. There is 1 trade back from Opons, a 2nd trade back from Petra as well, down, stuck in this little bowl behind the cars. No way it should have ever been this dirty from Newhouse. They've lost 2 on this, off the back of the initial knock, and the man advantage, and the high ground advantage too. Opons now the last alive on the edge of this hill. And again, still isolated, no one wanting to get involved, it's outside circle. So room for Opons to make this 1v2 work. Although NHE hopping in cars, maybe they want to leave, but maybe they want to stay. Neil T, they're going to group up, they're going to try to get this trade off.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising that Opons is in this situation. Highest average time survived for Q Confirm back in the PUBG Thailand series of 2. Most kills overall for the entire competition. This is just the kind of caliber that we expect from him. He can win this. Good reposition to the right-hand side. Does he expect the left side push from Neil T? Not quite. Neil T just kept pushing. Never really held his movement there. Really good performance from Newhouse Esports. And it's Neil T and it's T17. When you think of Newhouse, Ross, in this grand final, you probably think of U-Dirt and Long K. Well, they're dead. 5 kills for NHE. Still 2 players up. What can these two do? 4th place for NHE. And no Purple Mood, of course, after they got wiped out. So that top spot's a little vulnerable. These teams are going to have eyes on it.
T5 especially. Making their emergency parachute entrance to the zone, stuck in between 2 teams, but they don't know that yet. They're going to take what looks to me like the priority building, but they're going to get ripped to shreds as they enter. They need these trades to be perfect. Vinsu goes down. Thanadol's knocked on the roof. Hatsuwat's knocked on the floor. Only a couple members have survived inside this building, and hopefully Pathenpong could get rezzed, but they lose 2 on this entrance. Not ideal, not what you'd want, but RXC have been here since the start. And that throws not only RXC's game a little bit into disarray, but definitely messes with T5. It's 2 up, definitely a team that can deal damage, but not ideal in the slightest. They would have liked a much cleaner entrance. But when you're parachuting onto a building like that, I mean, you can see how open it is. Maybe want to go to the drawing board and think, all right, if we're going to parachute into Lumberyard, we'll take a different approach next time, because that building is so open, even if you're on the roof. either way, they survived, so I guess you could be happy with that.
Yeah, such a clean shot from Reseda Jr. I thought he was dead to rights. Oh, speaking of someone that could be dead to rights, there's a lot of shots here onto Sololzi. Going for a bit of a rotate back over to the hill where the rest of his team is located. He can't make it. Duck Juice confirms the kill for the Expendables. Thanahan's been knocked by Reseda Jr. Maybe we might have to hold off on the Rapsiak Esports to the top 10 celebrations. Because they lost Vinsu on the drop by T5. Got to get the revive now for Thanahan. So Bao LP going for that revive. But no one else really close. I mean, I love this overview here. So T5 will just hold that building. Flood in there at the moment. You got, I think, Waikik and Mukau. Oh, no, sorry, Sneak Attack is the other one. Another long name, Specimen.
Specimen.
Look how big Lumberyard is. This is what I was saying at the start of this game. Yeah, it's a hot shot, but it's not like anything that you would see from the usual hot shot locations. It's quite big. Big fight happening elsewhere as well. Unicorn Cyber losing Hudat.
Flood seems to be... the goal right now for Fury just seems to be to chill, just exist. They don't want to get involved in this third party. They want to catch people as they enter their buildings. Can't blame them, because they're in a spot to catch a lot of people, especially if Lumberyard continues to be close to the circle. NGE, bit of pressure. X-Men hindered a little bit by the Blizzard, but they can easily leave it. They're on the cusp of it. Hasn't even popped yet, mind you. So they've got chances to leave it, and they're the only team really affected by it. EXO, I guess they're losing info as well. Straight north, straight towards Lumberyard, but not a direct feed. So Fury are going to be a little bit under pressure. TE probably happy with that. RXC, they're going to have to leave, push up the hill potentially. I feel like they've got a decent spot. Riz, what can you give us against Huanglong, the academy player for Cerberus? Is just going to leave. He kind of skates away with it. Riz is dead silent, though. You have to wonder when he's going to... Like, oh, I didn't realize the rest of Armory was sat inside this building. They're doing the exact same thing. Oh, God, Cerberus. I mean, they're focused on something else right now, but as soon as they come back, as soon as they need ammo or their vest is damaged, you can see that 2 vest in front of Riz. As soon as Hisaki cops a little bit and wants to change it or exchange his for a fresh one, he's going to lose his life for it, and Huanglong's going to have to pick up the pieces, or maybe he's going to come in first. Either way, Armory is just biding their time.
Unicorn Cyber. Third team eliminated in this game. And Cerberus have absolutely no idea that Armory Gaming have infiltrated this compound. Got to remember that Cerberus have been in this vicinity for a while as well. I mean, I think both teams have probably been in this area for a while, because Aussie was parachuting over towards this hill. Nice spray from Leo. Yeah, he's clean. Van Nye to go down. James playing off of the sound cue. NGE gone as well. Still remaining in that bottom 4. Minute and a half until phase 5. And FW Esports spotted by Savage Men Esports. Is this the rise of the X-Men? We saw some better things from them on Tago. 4 players up. These are the kind of fights that they are really solid at, and it helps when they've got some help as well. Dankoa Gaming doing more than just helping, getting kills themselves against FW Esports, who are inundated with pressure. Only 1 player left standing. It's Banana 1 to be the one for FW. Upchen, though, dead. Yeah, just like that. How quickly the tides can turn. It looked like a good fight for X-Men to take. They might be able to get the kill. Indeed, it will be confirmed on the bot fluke, courtesy of Lin. And Dankoa Gaming aware that X-Men are here as well, so they can double dip. They want more than just FW.
Yeah. X-Men pins it as well. EXO on their side. I mean, X-Men need to get away with this as cleanly as possible. Losing Upchen sucks, but it's still doable with 3. EXO's leaving. You can see Monty potentially thinking about getting out of this situation. Tarnish is already out of here too. But it's X-Men again, stuck in a really rough spot. A couple of them now stuck in blue. Tarnish has gone up to the top of the hill to try get something done. Give the rest of his teammates a bit of reprieve. Help them get out of the blue. DK finally, I mean, look, if you're X-Men, you're incredibly happy to see Vinimilk get knocked into kill feed. That alleviates so much pressure from one team. But then, of course, you have EXO behind. You're stuck in blue. Tarnish is really your only lifeline, and your lifeline's about to go down. EXO remained ever present. And X-Men again, 3 kills. It's not bad, but they need so much more if they're going to get out of that 15th position.
Yeah, Cerberus eventually lost Huang Long to Armory Gaming. They made their presence known with the swift kill onto the young star. Icon tried to make his way over there along with Haisaki, but it was all too late. They'd spread out. They thought they had the whole hill. They never anticipated that there was a team inside of the compound. Pain lost alive and will be dead very, very shortly here, deep in the blue at this point, and it is hurting. 20 seconds until it'll start moving again. First aid kit, one and only first aid kit, which he does time nicely, and he's behind Exo. An opportunity to be the pest that takes someone out with him, and it looks like Akita might be the one and will be the one. No! Oh! Akita with a swift turnaround. Pain would not want to see that one again. Couldn't confirm the spray. Akita lives. Pain dies. And that's the end of the X-Men again, still in last place as RXC joined them. Rossiter Jr. finishing off what he started. He just got a 4-man squad wipe on Rapsiak Esports.
We thought we might see some RXC endgame, but Rossiter has other plans. Out in the open completely, peeking left and right, Rossiter takes him down. Unlucky we didn't get to see that, because I bet you that would have been spectacular to watch, because there's some cover that RXC could have used to traverse their way across Lumberyard, and Rossiter doesn't care for it. I mean, that's the defense that T5 needed to do. That's all they needed to do to put themselves in a solid spot in this zone. Fury had their own other plans. T5 never really had to worry about them just yet. Exo now looking down onto their countrymen with blood in their eyes. Hyang, decent spray, headshot and a body shot, I believe. Noadra's going to be pushed back. And there's a massive white wall behind this Buriram team. So Hoang knows that these long angles, he can abuse them right now. No team's going to shoot him from afar. He can make this push. He can get close to that nade. I believe that cook on the grenade might have given Noadra the sound cue to look down to his right. Hoang loses his life for it. Vinimilk on the recovery, and the rest of DK, well, they're kind of close. Not close enough, though. Vinimilk starts it off.
He does get a pretty free knock onto Kanaxi, who had no idea that Vinimilk was at his side. And saved one bullet, but not enough. And Vinimilk eventually does get knocked by Monty. Fights happening everywhere at the moment here in the Phase 5 circle conclusion. 20 seconds till Phase 6. Jun. Not a whole lot of good visual reference there, but eventually gets the knock onto Noadra. Really nice shots. 8 kills now for Denko Gaming. Quietly having a very solid night tonight is DK.
Yeah.
And they keep it up as Can pushes over. That's an easy kill for Groza. Smell to respond. No. Swift double from Can. Star player for Buriram.
Well, you don't play the game anymore, Jake?
It was the FAMAS. Well, it sounds pretty similar. That's a beautiful shot from Edie. Trade back as well from Riz. Just good shots everywhere over the last 30 seconds or so.
Armory Gaming as well. They're the ones who took that initial hot drop. And, I mean, this is what happens when you decide to leave a position like that. Give it up. Be a little bit more kind of mature about it. Realize that the hot drop wasn't worth it. We don't really want to fight them. We just want to play our own game. We can get it done as 3. And for their efforts, they've landed themselves a 6th position. And 3 kills for Riz. Shank's now his only remaining teammate. And it's looking terrible for Buriram. Smokes are up, and that's giving them a little bit of time to work with. But out of zone, suffering knocks, probably losing the war of attrition, broken vest. Although the 3 helm remains in the Orm as well. But Armory Gaming in a decent position to take Buriram out. These off angles, they need to work for Noadra. They absolutely need to work. But as soon as Noadra takes that shot, AG is going to change their footwork up a little bit. And now try to avoid both the angles Buriram are working with. And they're just going to group up. Can actually left to his own devices. Maybe as an off angle, a bait. That car's going to go back towards Noadra. But Edie loses it to the blue. Probably a couple shots from Monty made it easier for the blue to take him down. And Buriram tried to get something together, but they just can't make it work.
5 kills for Exo Clan. Just when it felt like they're slipping away, you know, fell into the 9th place position. Not quite in that conversation of the top 8. A little bit of a gap forming. They're having themselves a good performance on Vikendi. Somewhat similar, I think, as well to last night when you kind of think back that they were drifting a little bit and then got that 10-kill win on Miramar to close the night out, or something similar transpiring here on Vikendi. Now up to 7 kills as Insight and Monty again collect a little bit more. Buriram going to 4th. Armory Gaming up into second now. Purple Mood have not only given up top spot, but also top 2. Plenty of games, of course, to be played. Eraton 5 into that top spot, but AG close. 5 points behind them. 2 players up into the final 3. Can EXO collect the win from here, though? The onus is on them. Nikita gets the knock, should get the flush, then spots Tanvu behind the vehicle. 8 kills now for EXO, and it's a clean 2 for everyone. An even performance across the board.
Yeah. For the last couple of minutes as well, they've had so much control over this zone. They should have all the info in the world. And if they don't have the info, then they've got the terrain to play with to kind of mediate whatever they don't know about. These are good nades, though. Going towards TE. One of them should at least get the flush, yeah. And the second one, maybe it's good enough. It is. Nikita, no longer even. Insight Nikita lead the way. And now their priority shifts. A knock onto Shanks makes it so much easier for EXO to run around this circle like it's theirs, and it is theirs. Riz will die to the blue like we've seen so many other times in this tournament so far. You cannot give up those points, but EXO, they got a win yesterday, and they need this momentum to continue. That was a pretty decent win from them.
It certainly did. It shifts them up the standings, gets them to 70 points overall. They've already actually doubled up. So they had the 35 points from last night. There's already 35 points tonight with still 2 games to go. So what seemed like maybe somewhat of a quiet night, not to be. They've actually just been quietly picking up the points. Of course, they had a decent 4th place 4-kill performance to begin the night on Miramar. And then, boy, was that a much better effort on Vikendi. Certainly a fun one. And look, the kind of game as well where we continue to see the top half of the leaderboard all performing pretty evenly across the board. Bottom half, again, all struggling. As much as you don't want to talk about that kind of gap forming, Russell, it continues to go that way. There's only a handful of teams. I think maybe your Dankoi Gamings are doing a little bit to try and get themselves out of it and get into that top 8, but RXC, they had an opportunity. They, I think, only finished 9th. So again, no placement point there. X-Men struggled despite getting a handful of points. UNC, NGE, again, their issues are clearly evident.
I mean, it's a stacked lobby. You expect these teams to not, you know, find themselves in a spot you might expect them to be, but it looks like there's a little bit more going on for some of the teams we'd expect certain things from. But yeah, no, full credit to EXO for that win. 11 kills, 4 up in the end game. Didn't lose a single person throughout that entire game. That certainly wasn't insight on Miramar, you know, getting 4 kills to try to recover the game. That was EXO in full control, which is excellent to see.
All right, so that's going to be Vikendi done. 2 games to go here for the second night of the grand finals. We head to Erangel after the break.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets: from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if you're real, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
ExoClan find their second win here of the grand finals. They won last night, the very last game of the night on Miramar with a 10-kill win, and they've also backed it up here on Vikendi, just quietly doing a decent job, up to 70 points now, and still rightfully in the mix towards the top end of the leaderboard, without arguably being all that flashy, Russell, but that's probably a good thing. It means that there's probably room for improvement for these guys that we know obviously are so talented, but I think they're the kind of team that one thing we haven't really seen from them is where they can just go on a bit of a rampage and go and collect a bunch of kills. They've been really solid on both sides without maybe going over the top so far. For ExoClan, up to 70 points now and climbing the leaderboard.
Someone changed that picture of Heikeman, man. That guy's got a massive red nose. No, look, EXO is a team that I've said multiple times in the past, especially when they play in Australian tournaments, they're just glass cannon. They will go out and just run at you, and oftentimes it will work. And when it doesn't work, obviously it's devastating to see, but a bulk of their points is made up of those exceptional games that they have, those 20+ kill wins. I don't think it's realistic to expect them to get a 20+ kill win in a lobby like this. I wouldn't expect that. So 11 kills, what they got last game, is great, but I think you're right. We haven't seen them go out and just stomp over this lobby, which I think is totally capable for them to do. Even though a game like that might amount to only 11 kills, it would still be nice to see, because it means we're getting the true EXO. It means we're seeing the peak of all these players, and so far all we've seen is a bulk of their points coming from wins. That last win was excellent, by the way, but the win last night was just kind of win one fight, not to discredit it, but they won that fight up on the hill, and then the rest of the circle was kind of easy to play from there. That win was much easier, but I'm still looking for them to get that hard-fought, incredible win that I know they can get.
Go back to their very first night of this entire tournament in the group stage, A versus C. They had 66 points that night, Russell. A second, a fourth, a first, a fifth, a third. That's right, only one game out of that entire night of 6 games where they did not get placement points. And they also had 38 kills. They were second fragging in terms of team kills over the night as well. So when you're getting those placement points where they topped placement points and also then getting the kills, they obviously had such a significant night. So we know they're capable of it. Their second night was not so great, 23 points. And in the end, actually just kind of barely made it into the grand finals, all things considered. 35 points last night, pretty good. So far, though, 35 points now for EXO through the first 4 games. So kind of back up to their kind of level that we would expect for them with 2 games to go on Erangel. If you go and average it out, they can go and get another 15 points, then that would put them in a position where they end up with like a 50-point night. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a really solid night, especially in a lobby like this. So we'll see what they can do in terms of continuing on. But for Candy, certainly a lot of fun. We had that hot drop to begin with on, of course, Lumberyard Armory Gaming. Obviously not really coming off in a good fashion there, losing out. Rapsiak Esports ended up also then having the benefit of the circle hard shifting phase 2 back over to Lumberyard after that very initial Western circle shift for phase 1. So look, fun game. Purple Mood, they've gone a little bit quiet though. They've dropped that top spot position, of course, as we saw. T5 are up there, AG's up there as well. So Purple Mood probably need to kind of bring it back a little bit. It's been rough going for them, actually, mainly tonight. 5th and 3rd kill, 11th and 4th, 4 kills, 12th and 1 kill. Like, it's actually getting worse for them. Every single game that they've played, they've actually just kind of gone backwards. And you kind of think about, well, how did they even get into that position? Well, last night, 3rd, 1st, 3rd, 3rd, and also 4th, all with a bunch of kills. That was their last 5 games of the night. That is incredible consistency. Yeah. They haven't quite been able to match it tonight, though, as we head to Erangel for the final 2 games tonight.
Weird when you get top 5 finishes in a row like that, you'd kind of expect to be able to continue at least that trend moving into the next day, but they haven't even done that. It's incredibly devastating to see because they were quite explosive last night. They were very fun to watch. We saw some highlights from so many players. Thunders in that Miramar game, of course, was excellent to watch. So I'm shocked that Purple Mood haven't been able to keep up at least some consistency. Their points per game are looking quite bad at the moment, but multiple games to play, and I think probably moving down the leaderboard, I mean, hopefully that starts to build up a bit of a fire in them and go, now we've, what's happened, guys? What happened to us? What did we do last night? Let's try and repeat that. For EXO, though, up into 6th, only a couple points away from 4th, and then there's a bit of a gap to 3rd, but a very, very needed win for EXO. Even though they got that win last night, I feel like their mental is still a little bit on the cusp of breaking, as probably some of these teams' mentals already are. And so as long as they can keep that lifeline, then we might be able to see their peak.
Read them here, but the Expendables, 10th place, 54 points. They're only 35 points behind first spot. Like, that's actually kind of incredible, right? We've got 2 games to go, and then we're only halfway through the tournament. So if you're at the 50% mark of a tournament, so 12 more games to play on the weekend, I mean, and also including the 2 games that we've got here, but, speaking about it kind of as if it were halfway, 35 points is really not that much. Now, mind you, that's 35 points that you've got to get to just close the gap. And then, of course, other teams are still getting points as well. But you've got 12 games to do it, right? And don't forget, a bit of hot drop action maybe on Erangel to come. Wouldn't be too surprised to see it. And I don't know if it's going to be 3 or 2. I think it might be 2. And I think UC might just be wanting to get out of here, grab a vehicle and get away. And that's exactly what they're being able to do. But apparently, run around in a circle. Also in no man's net. This is new generation esport. I can see them losing quite a few here. The Kai's already dead. He actually bleeds out to Petra, but a help from Plucky. He'll take the 3 kill for QC. Handy. I think they all just wanted the vehicle.
They did, yeah. They went for it. One of them lost out. Now Bang Nai's the lifeline for NGE. Luckily, there's a little bit of a hill there that they can get away with. Oh, I don't like that. But I guess they had to stop, pick up the player.
Tell you what, that could have been so much worse. They could have been all wiped.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if Q Confirmed were quicker on getting a gun in the compound. That player that did get that vehicle could pick that player up and drive straight back at NG, which I think is happening. Maybe a little bit late, but Petra's driving up, chasing. No reason to chase north when the circle's south, when your loot spot is probably going to be farm. But they are absolutely chasing, knowing that NGE are going to be without weapons. But as soon as they crest over that hill, they're going to realize that I think it's a bit too late. And if they go any further, they might run into Shanks. Shanks is like, what the hell's going on right now? Highway stuff happening. Oh, no way. Bow LP's also going to get involved. NGE is just pulling a gauntlet through multiple different teams. And the only one they've suffered losses to is the team at the start. And they're kind of getting away with it. This is one of those rotates where, okay, we've lost basically all knowledge on this zone. We were so focused on just surviving at the start. Let's drive as far away as we possibly can to ensure that we're not going to lose anyone else and just put our minds at ease just a little bit. And then we can get back into game. We can debrief a little bit. They're going all the way to Yasnaya to make sure they're 100% safe.
Yeah, I don't hate this either. In this era of PUBG, you could probably just say, let's go Yaz. We probably end up getting a parachute pickup system anyway if we go main city. Higher likelihood that you'll be able to find one as you kind of just comb through the apartments and all of the different buildings. So
wait, it's a Sosnovka Island. Or
well,
maybe.
Maybe. High likelihood. And a high likelihood that High Command might be dead here after a little bit of an expose looking at Exo Clan. Riz can't make it across. That is a very swift shot from Insight. Clean from the top of prison. And that should do enough to save High Command. And even without really looking anywhere else, Insight just makes his way down. Almost like Batman. Just flies down, saves the day, gets the revive. He's the hero. And that's a good little sign for Exo. And that's when you know you're just having a good night. Little moments like that. Hiker gets caught. He gets knocked. It happens to all of us. But then Insight very quickly rotates over, gets into a position, provides the cover, gets the knock kill, and then the revive. And those little moments, they add up. Instead of being down to 3 players, you're 4 up and you got a kill.
Hiker he'll do anything for Insight right now. That was so close to him losing his life. And yeah, the hero. But is that the hero we need or the one we deserve, Jake?
I think it's the one we deserve.
Goddamn right it is.
I think it's the one we deserve. But yeah, going back to that Sosnovka Island comment, I mean, it's not fully confirmed. Decent little 50-50 circle here. Enough mainland in a phase 2 circle can very much either still center up and we still are never the wiser, or obviously could go north and then we head towards Potato Hill or Pachinki. So look, the kind of circle, if I'm hedging my bets, I'm probably Team Sosnovka Island on this kind of circle. But Erangel is also the kind of map that, again, you've got boats, you've got pickup systems, the bridges are quite large, but there's only 2 of them. And obviously, you can play the ferry if you really want as a last resort.
Yeah. Risky one, though.
Very risky.
I mean, military circles have changed entirely with the introduction of emergency parachutes. I mean, look, it changes it for the teams that want to... Oh, never mind. Got to focus on this. Flood wants to hit it so badly. That was a freebie. But he didn't, or he forgot or didn't realize that there was a little bit of tree cover to the left of Flucky.
He'll be kicking himself there, Flood.
He will be. It is a bit unlucky. Maybe... Oh, never mind. Can he recover it? Oh, my God. I think he can. Oh, see the head. Get the head. Get the head. Get it.
Okay, now he's really kicking himself. He had a chance at redemption. To be fair, those shots were even harder than the original ones, and he actually hit more that time. Yeah, he hit some really good shots. Through the tree line. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good damage from Flood, but he obviously doesn't
Don't be kicking yourself. That was good, Flood.
Yeah,
that was
good effort. Although the first one he probably should have got, but we won't talk about that. And
is it Fluky or Flucky?
I don't know. There's no C. So, or sorry, there's no E. I don't know. I kind of like both, to be completely honest. I like Flucky and Fluky.
All right, we'll change it up then to be spontaneous. I like that. Good spot, though, for them. Just quietly. Although they need to spread out. They need to control hills on either side, or they're just going to limit themselves way too much. This bike's going to be very useful, too. Definitely the quickest escape vehicle so far in PUBG. Unless that
rams it straight into the fence line.
I got to be careful, I suppose, of Fury as well.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that spot. It's interesting that the dynamics there and the thought process. I mean, obviously you're the ex-pro, you know better than me, but it's such an exposed area. But I think it's also like an old PUBG thing as well, where Northside Soz Island, when you don't obviously have the current era of ways to, the ferries, the pickup systems and all of that. Back in the day, it used to just be send it on the cliffs and then, swim over on the little short path over to the beach. So there was always a lot of fighting going on around that area, drew a lot of attention from the hills. The hills then looked down, hills that got better position. So I think you're right in that if they find a way to kind of play the hills south of that compound, almost like a 2-2 split, I think it ends up working out. But Fury are in that vicinity, and that's the danger point.
Yeah, I'd hate to see PLM stay in that compound, although that's a good spot to work from, and you can reasonably put one in it later on in the game. But yeah, I think right now for PLM, it's totally okay to control the northern side of what they have. Look towards the coast, even though they're probably not going to get that much action. At least they know their back's going to be clear and they can fight into the circle from there. It's not like they're going to be fighting through an insane amount of teams either, and they have cars to work with. So just having, making sure that your back is clear, using the ocean and the eventual blue if it does go south to do that is good enough for PLM to work with. And of course, I mean, it's Sosnovka Island. Those hills in and around where PLM and Fury are playing are incredibly doable on foot. You can throw cars out the window if you really wanted to. Bao LP got close to NGE, but not close enough, I don't think. I think NGE are just going to skate away with it.
Yeah, and plan secured and well done from NGE after that rough start. They did go to Yaz, played for the pickup system as 6 sacks. Spots a man on the beach. Insight was the hero earlier at prison. Well, hi, Command, here's your chance to maybe repay the favor. Bot fluke over at the pancake. Insight gets away from that nade in the UAZ, drives away. And the spray from 6 sacks, unable to connect backside of a UAZ, though hard to spray through. And Bot fluke, though, gets Hiker and no saving him this time. I thought Bot fluke was on the roof, but clearly just watching the stairs. And I don't even know if they actually knew he was inside of the building.
Don't think so.
Insight unable to save Hiker for a second time.
It's rough because this fight's kind of for the bridge, except it's not really that close to the bridge. It's just an ugly fight that they have found themselves in. Probably for FW, it's because Bot Fluke's in this building, and for EXO, it's because they're using this building as a point of safety, I suppose. EXO is the one who found themselves kind of out of position, and so they needed to come back here. And for FW, they needed to save Bot Fluke and make sure he could get out safely. Insight is in a very rough position, getting assaulted from below. There's a person above him, and every time he peeks those windows, he's copping bullets too. The smoke is only his really option at the moment. Maybe he's got that molly he can use, and nades through those smokes could be devastating if timed correctly. It's hard for me to believe that the rest of EXO are going to stick around for Insight as well. That is so good from Bot Fluke. We just switched over, but still it looked so clean. A quick double tap with the SLR onto Monty. I mean, now if you're EXO, if you're Akita, really, do you stick around? Do you send it? Do you take advantage of the fact that the bridge is kind of clean right now? The circle's shifted more to the west. You could get your team some placement points. That is even cleaner from Insight. I don't see a world in which they recover, but if they're going to start it off, maybe.
I mean, it could be a possibility, but I think FW might be aware of this. Love this little off angle here from inside out the balcony and watching inside of the room when he's expecting them to clear through. As soon as someone comes in, dead. Yeah, well played from Insight. He's played this perfectly. Akita lost his life, by the way.
Yeah.
Monty's still bleeding out in the open. This has not been clean for FW Esports, but they're certainly ahead. And as Banana One got the kill on Nikita, should mention we are going to Sosnovka Island. We do get the island finish.
One of the first, if not the first.
Yeah, we have not really been inundated with Sozzy, as that is going to be, I would imagine, all 4 for FW here, because I don't know how Insight's going to get anything else. Unless, well, Banana One's getting shot back, so he gets kind of warded off of the area. Raze is going to die here because they are fighting in the blue, and he was stuck inside of the Wizzy. Insight now, of course, aware of that, seeing it in the kill feed. Spray, they're all quite low. Insight, though, just as much. From the win for ExoClan on Vikendi to maybe last place on Erangel. Smoke, I think he wants to make the cross. And if he's smart, goes into the Wizzy, maybe tries to loot Raze. I mean, at this point, you're so deep in the blue. It's phase 2. You've got 3 players hunting you down. There's really not much Insight can do but just live. Try and do something. And that's exactly what he's been doing. He's played this as well as he possibly can.
Yeah, timed it well as well for those nades. Vaulting in and out. Blue Zone's going to potentially solidify it, though. Too much pressure. Simple utility usage from FW ensures Insight can't get away with any more. You would have loved to see him cause more damage, more chaos for FW, but he put himself in that wizard. And at that point, I mean, look, Blue Zone grenades are a thing. Cover the entire damn wizard at this point. Good effort from him, though. I really do like that off angle. Yeah, that was a good note there, because it's, I mean, he obviously knows that a player is going to push in there, try to clean it. And so he positions himself correctly for it. Risky spot for T5, but definitely a spot you can hold down. and you know because of the positions that everyone else around you is going to be holding, no one's going to push up to this hill. If T5 is going to get breached, it's going to be from the military side, which is unlikely to happen just yet, or it's going to be a breach that happens where they just send it onto T5, in the middle of T5, essentially. There's not really a spot you can take a fight from here that isn't exposed to someone else. So T5 are going to sit here knowing that Unicorn Cyber might risk it if they wanted to, but you can see Smell, you can see the NGE player, and you can see QC as well. All will have eyes if Unicorn Cyber don't take the correct angles. And it's gone kind of central, more eastern. A couple of teams on the west who thought they had a solid spot going to have to reconsider their options. And this is where we'll see probably more than a few teams angle towards that military who don't have any other options. They'll just sit inside as many buildings as they can.
Yeah, and this is where it gets a bit scrappy, right? You kind of throw well, the manual out the window here and just kind of hope for the best. Can you get good positions? Can you play inside a military base? Then kind of hope for it to continue to shift into the mill base. If you're playing the hills north of it, so like a Fury, for example, obviously at some point you're going to be hoping it either goes towards like C block side, which has, you know, the hill then looking in towards C block has really good angles, or actually the hill itself, and it just goes through a bit of a hard shift up to the north. FW make their way in through the pickup system. Obviously coming in late from Milta after dealing with ExoClan, where they got all 4 kills. Only losing a raise, so I mean 1 for 4, you take it. Bot Fluke very close to being eliminated. Banana one, half health as well, getting peppered. Really just have to land. Once they land, should be safe. So many different ways that they can kind of hide. Also, if you get knocked, obviously you're not dead as if you when you're in the parachute, and that's not the spot for Bot Fluke. He gets knocked, and no, he's very much by himself. I'm not sure how he's landed so far away from Sixax and Banana one. Maybe because of the pressure from the shots coming in towards mill bases. NGE gone again, Russell. They have been stranded on 27 points for what feels like the whole bloody night. They came into tonight 22 points, so they've only had 5 points through 5 games.
I don't get it. They're them and X-Men are the biggest question marks for me right now. Doesn't make sense, but this is a harder lobby than...
They've got 1 placement point.
Yeah, I mean, with a team like NG, you're thinking that, you know, placement points would come secondary to kills, but even then they haven't really done that. So you feel bad.
Nice for
but
Cal. Flood getting
12 more games to play.
500 meters, 45 seconds till phase 4. And I like this spot for Fury. I love the hills north of Millbase. I think it's always been one of the better spots on Sosnovka Island. You can take space, you've got high ground, you can scout, you get good vision. You can eventually look into Millbase if it does kind of play into that direction. Good angles towards C block, plus the scaffolding, or the fence line. The only downside is really defending it. And so I think that's why Fury are probably playing this tight. It's so early in the game. Like, we're only 16 minutes in. If you try and spread too thin, too early, you are going to have teams that eventually are going to want to push this hill, and then you're not close enough together to play off of each other. So far, you can see in the minimap, little 2-2 split, north side, south side, defend the area, try and get some vision, playing this well. Do they get the circle? No. But if this next one still goes north, you've still got vision towards C block, which is where Buriram are currently located.
They're going to have to defend against probably multiple teams here. Cerberus isn't going to like their options when they look into military. I'm thinking maybe Cerberus can go towards that car park, but even then, if they've got previous info or intuition that that's going to be a little bit hectic, which we can see that it is, they're not going to like that. And Hayasaki, he's already prepping to push towards Fury, even though this hill is barely in. The high ground that the other 2 players of Fury are sitting at on the southern side of this hill, that's in. That little bowl that's just off the top side of that hill, that's in. But that's all. The rest of this hill, there is space to the east if you wanted to spread that way, but we're not thinking about that at the moment. So Fury's going to have a tall task dealing with a couple different teams, PLM included, who have quietly survived on the northern side, playing that terrain well, spread out in a 1-1-1-1 at the moment. Grouping up now, though, try and get something done. T5 making their way through the car park. Unicorn Cyber doesn't look like, at least on the minimap, doesn't look like they're being incredibly aggressive. Maybe they're playing to bait T5 or any other team running through the car park into their position. Escaluders as well, staggering the blue very nicely. And there we go. Luke on the defense, incredibly aware of what could happen. Haisaki tried to get sneaky, which I suppose is one of the best ways to push up to this compound, but Luke's not going to allow that to happen.
Hard to get those shots through the tree line, though. Never easy. X-Men able to get one onto TE. Blood doubles up Fury. They go from 1 to 2 kills. Need this to be a good game. Do Fury. Only in 9th. And not that that means that they're super far away from the very top end. Clearly not. But they have kind of slipped down a little bit in terms of the rankings. Started the night in 6th. And yeah, just quietly slipped a little bit. But it's just, again, also been a top 8 half of the lobby. Everyone's doing well. Yep. And if everyone's doing well, you need to do a little bit better than just well. Path and bot. That's good barrel usage. This is a hard spot, though. Because you move from one spot where you think, okay, now I'm safe, and then someone else is shooting at you. You can't really go prone. Nades are going to get you. Anatol, his tournament, again, just goes from bad to worse in terms of the grand final after a outstanding group stage where he top fragged 30 kills better than everyone else. But the grand finals, he's leaving a little bit on the table. To be fair, not much you can do when a nade just lands at your feet, blows up. I mean, you kind of just have to struggle a little bit. Done. Yeah, and T5, I mean, to be fair, they've been so good this grand final that these kind of mill-based circles, you can just kind of just throw a caution to the wind and say, oh, well, whatever happens here, who cares? Sneak attack on 1 HP, not for much longer. Edie, high ground, peeks down, gets the knock. Eventually the flush as well. Flood's low, so the remonstration from Fury is not going to be swift. They are all just trying to heal. All a little bit defensive right now. They're being completely overwhelmed on the hills north of C block. Flucky gets the knock onto Luke 12. Unfortunately, they're not looking like they're going to be able to defend this against Purple Mood. Purple Mood have just infiltrated so cleanly. Even Cow just falling that easily. That's not like him. Down to just Flood bandaging. The blue just stopping behind him, but not going to be able to salvage his team. And from a good position for Fury, especially phases 3 and 4 for us, they are not going to be able to get much in this game now.
I love the theoretical push from Fury. You saw Flood, and I believe it was Cow, pushing towards the edge of blue, trying to get a wrap onto PLM done, just to alleviate pressure from Luke and Sneak Attack, who pushed up towards the top of the hill. Tycon should get this. I thought the first shot would land, but it hasn't. He's allowed Flood to seat swap and take him out completely. A nice seat swap from Flood. But yeah, again, I like the theoretics from Fury there. The execution just wasn't there. PLM had angles they weren't really aware of. I mean, I think PLM probably had the better spot to begin with, so Fury lose that one out, although they don't lose everyone. Flood's going to try recover.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Flood's at his best. He can play scrappy, look to just send it in towards Millblade. Never mind, he gets shot by Roster Jr., just headshot. As soon as he gets to the scaffolding, goes on below it, Roster Jr. and T5 had angles on that position. They get 3 kills from it. I think they'll be disappointed, but mainly disappointed that the circle didn't play into their favor. That hill, very fun to play, and it just didn't give them much because it did go into the mill base. Minute and a half here until phase 6, and it is littered now with players and teams around said mill base. Purple Mood, the only one not really in the vicinity, and Flucky with a knock on to Vinasu. Still maintaining that high ground outside north of mill base, and when you're the only team here, it's not so bad. But they will be carrying it up, clown car style, all 4 inside of 1 Dacia. Smokes to go out, and they make their way over to the oil tanks and met with no resistance.
Yeah, just 1 player here. To be fair, though, that 1 player is going to get 1, and he's really looking for backup from the rest of his team. But like you said, there was only really 1 here. Vanahan knocked in the distance, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, he didn't have any angles in between these oil tanks, so couldn't do much. Very easy for Purple Mood to make that push, but not for free. X-Men now onto the pressure. Luke is going to put himself up against the hill. I mean, look, X-Men are going to have to fight 6, 7, 8, 9 in a second here. He snuck himself in to that little tower there and will absolutely be a factor in just a second here, but still it's good enough defense from Purple Mood. Cars exploding, nades going everywhere. Holy, 6, 7, 8, 9 dies without X-Men even knowing he was there. And X-Men lose 2 off the back of some beautiful defensive utility from PLM. I can't help but think that's their entire back pocket of it gone. Probably a couple left, though, as in the meantime, there goes NHE.
Yeah, nice job from UNC to defend their building. NHE were looking to encourage upon that location, and UNC not done at all. Double knockdown onto T5. Only Roster the Junior left standing. He couldn't get the response knock either. Throws the frag grenade in, tries to reposition, but who that goes hunting and swiftly gets the kill. That is a big triple up for Unicorn Cyber. 3 kills onto T5, 3 kills onto NHG. They go from 3 to 9, and they certainly get the points that they've been desperately seeking for what's been a rough grand final so far. This is the Unicorn Cyber that we are expecting to see more of. 9 kills this game and looking to get themselves out of the bottom 4, 7 points behind Q Confirm.
That was a sick double defense. Not pressured by the fact that they had a second team just ran at them straight after they dealt with NHE. Kept it composed. Wish we'd seen a bit of that. Because I feel like in and around that building, it can get kind of hectic. Multiple entrances and exits that people can utilize. Nice shot from Nordra onto Thunders, who will crawl around the corner and probably get rezzed. But that's a helmet lost, helmet damaged at least. And now that that top hill is gone, Buriram have the freedom to play on top of these roofs, but they have to be careful. Konaxi risked it to get up on top of that roof and lost his life for it. His teammate in Khan is already knocked on that roof. So that roof, that desire to get the high ground and maintain or just get that advantage in the first place has completely backfired for Buriram. The wrong timings have been chosen for both Khan and Konaxi.
Just quickly, 4 of the top 5 still alive and looking to maybe gain a bit of a stranglehold on this lobby. 6 sacks. God, that was clean.
Love it.
Yeah, very clean. And he wasn't even holding the right angle at the very beginning. So he had to have that slight micro readjustment. But the second player, I think it was Destroy, ended up going for a jump through the smoke. And that meant he couldn't really get the trade. Keep your feet grounded. Pounds are out from Chu. As the solo for Unicorn Cyber just goes for a Hail Mary to see if that would land on to 6 sacks. But yeah, that's just a nice handful of points. Those are the kind of plays you need to make on a bill-based circle and just scrape these points together. And even on a circle like this where lesser teams can find ways to get into these like little nooks and crannies in these buildings. What a nade back from 6 sacks. It's landing right at the feet of Chu. But it's these top teams again that are just dominating. 10 kills for Purple Mood, 6 for FW, 4 from T5. Unicorn Cyber the outlier though with 10 themselves, but now down to the solo. And yeah, I don't know how. Nades, if there's any kind of like cover in the vicinity, it just doesn't, like that shelf leg probably took out like 20 damage or something.
It landed next to that. Yeah, thank you, observers. Beautiful. Landed next to that canister, that red canister there.
Yeah. I'm telling you, that's probably taken off 25 damage.
Probably, honestly. I don't know the game design around it, the intricacies of the code, but...
6x has 3 more, by the way. Had he just thrown in 1 more, Chu would be dead. Chu still has a move. Never mind. Now he holds the right side angle.
Oh, could be good.
Only the 2 vest, by the way, for Chu, so it wasn't a 3 vest situation. Clean spray from 6 stacks. Gets him very low. Is this nade going to be good? No, because he just dies to the blue anyway.
He used that flash to try get some sort of timing, but that flash landed nowhere near 6 stacks, so... Unfortunate for him. Took a lot of damage on that cross. There's Purple Mood again in the kill feed. Not defense this time, now it's offense onto DK, who's in the building that I don't think they necessarily want, but it's certainly a team they're going to have to contest with. DK could lose it all right here if Drone goes down. Luckily, he gets away with it. Risky hopping off the top of that scaffolding inside that open garage. I don't even think he's going to go for the reses on his teammates. They're too far gone at this point. He's got his own priorities now in defending against Q Confirm, who started to pressure towards him. Nades go out, defensive nades for certain. Smoke as well. Maybe wasting them. Although necessary, I suppose, if he wants to get any of these reses. Vinamilk, that's his first priority. If he can get this off, then Smell's not far away. It looks like he will. Unicorn Cyber, or Q Confirm, sorry, he's not going to push any deeper into this building.
Yeah, don't need to. I think you've got a good position south side. You don't want to be entering buildings and then having to clear so many doorways and corners. The only reason why you would is because there's so many of them that are knocked. But clearly, some kind of angle at the doorway, courtesy of Purple Mood. Vinamilk makes the run out, and he also just dies. All 3 dead. And Purple Mood will clean up from 10 to 13 kills up to 99 points. This is the turnaround we were anticipating, though, from PLM after such a significant night last night. 72 points through the 6 games. They were quiet, Russell. They had like 10 points through 4 matches. Now, a monster performance here on Erangel. They are the first team to crack triple digits.
More to be done as well. It's going to be a decent smoke wall, I think, from their position to where Armory Gaming is situated in the Armory, mind you. Definitely doable. I think they have to wait before Q-Confirm or until Q-Confirm leaves. Q-Confirm is going to be pushed out before PLM. Q-Confirm's on the far side of zone. They're going to have to make the play, get their cars ready, like Petret is right now. Put the smokes down. And once Q-Confirm start making their move, PLM can start to make theirs. Okay, a little bit of a nudge there. But trying to ensure the car's safety. I don't blame him. Priority right now is making sure you have 4 wheels to work with. Buram as well. They got Khan up. So I thought Khan would die, but they managed to get him up. I don't know whether he crawled down the stairs or one of them went up to that roof to res him. But it's still devastating to lose a member here for Buram in the fashion that they did. Because 4 men up in an endgame like this would do wonders for them. Naradra gets on the Armory roof. Could come down to a heel-off between the roof and inside the building, but I don't think so. I think this is a building teams will probably opt to fight for. Our top 4, by the way, 4 people, 3 and 3. This is a very strong top 4, but Q-Confirm could be the first team to lose it.
Double knockdown, unfortunately, for Q-Confirm, coming out of one of the more difficult positions remaining in this game of Erangel. Only the 1 kill for Biramp, but a late finish, top 4. Can they get anything else? That nade goes too far. Bounce too strong.
Oh my god.
Chance to get these revives and a good little reposition as well on the snake from Petret, and he gets knocked. As soon as he stood up, immediately Flucky just sends him back down.
You gotta stop talking about these players, man. You're jinxing them. This is a sick spot for Nodra, though. Double knock onto PLM already from this spot. One of them confirmed. And he's telling his entire team to get up here. I can't exactly remember whether or not you can get to the next part of the roof. I think you can. Ah, they already are. Foldable shield. New mechanics means new opportunities for Buram. And it's just about being patient. Naradra can sit here. He's a known factor right now on this roof. He'll keep causing damage, but I think for the rest of Buram, it's about being as quiet as you can, not giving it up like Naradra just did to the bolt. Yeah, what a shot from Petret. And you can see PLM completely stuck inside, not the spot you want to be in. And their game, while it has been good, they put up good offenses, good defenses. I think now it's over.
Yeah, what a turnaround, though, for QC. From the double knock, bad position, all 4 up, big knock from Petret. Especially just to relieve some of that pressure up close. James, no kills yet for Armory Gaming, but this is their time now. Make their position known. Buram got another tag onto QC. Still shots in their direction, but they're trying to make the gap a little bit closer. Smoke's going out. Big nade and a shot as well from Can. So that's, again, 2 down for QC. They've been in this situation before. They were able to salvage it last time. But this time around, there's no purple mood for Buram to turn their attention to. Now their attention will be firmly fixated on QC because Armory Gaming are beneath them. Ooh. Nice push out from Dynasty. Can he get the second onto Nordra? Probably needs to get it. Nordra does go down. Jinxing got that knock. Buram, it's only Can. Can isn't anyone out. He makes the jump down. He gets the knock. Runs out of ammo. Pulls out the Mark 12. What? Just wants to confirm the kill. Can't turn around. Buram are out of this game. QC with 1 player left. Armory Gaming will find the win.
Oh my god.
A 3-kill win for Armory Gaming. What just happened?
Oh no. I didn't think it would be that easy for Armory. That play from Khan, there is a very distinct moment in that play where he can probably, I don't want to say 100%, but I'm pretty certain he can go prone, use the bottom side of the fences, the concrete bottom of those fences to avoid QC's angle, get the flush he so desperately wanted, and probably live to tell the tale. but he didn't. He continues to just send it for the flush, loses his life for it. Again, I don't want to confirm it, but I'm pretty sure he could have just gone prone there and lived. But Armory Gaming, I mean, you'll take a win like that if everyone around you is going to die to the blue and die to themselves, really. That put me in disbelief for just a moment there. I'm kind of stunned.
Yeah, crazy finish to that game. We're not finished, though, for the night. That was on the game 5-1. Final game remaining. It'll be after the break.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to quickly go over the Armory Gaming last-ditch effort in the last round qualifiers to qualify for the grand finals. So we start this fight off essentially after a lot of the action has transpired, and Riz is running into that shack, cleaning it out. Just fantastic from him, taking out NGE. That's one of the teams that Armory Gaming had to deal with. This is for their qualification into the grand finals as well. This gets a little bit dodgy though. Naan decides to push, and Shanks isn't watching from this back angle. When Naan makes that push, Riz has to get it done, and he does. He takes him out. It could have been dodgy from that moment, but then of course, Shanks has this long angle, and this entire fight is basically on Shanks. If he loses that 1v1, then that player in the shack is most likely dead. There's too much pressure on his shoulders. Riz would have to win that 1v1, and obviously you don't want to end up in a 1v1 when your qualification is on the line. So well handled, well composed by Armory. If you want to see more PUBG action, then check out the PUBG Asia Super Cup Winter on January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet is bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle-Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Not the most extravagant win for Armory Gaming, just the 3 kills and certainly in what felt like a perilous position for some time, but they got a win. It doesn't matter how you get a win in PUBG, Russell, that's always the beauty of it. You still get rewarded. And obviously patience paid off for them. There wasn't a whole lot they could realistically do. BRM holding above them. There was teams outside, so if they made the run out, they would have lost, obviously, players anyway. Got a little bit fortunate, clearly, with the way the circle finished, but a win is a win. And they've also been doing well this entire tournament, so maybe just a bit of reward for effort.
Yeah, you can't fault them for taking that, although it was absolute chaos outside the Armory. It was some of the most chaos, well, not necessarily chaos, but just wacky stuff I've seen in this tournament. I would really love to know whether Khan could have lived or not if he hit the prone key, you know, as simple as that. I don't know for sure, but I would love to know. But yeah, Q-Confirm putting up a good fight. I mean, it was a fantastically, you don't think, it wasn't an extravagant win for Armory, but it was certainly an extravagant endgame to view.
Yeah, one team that also did incredibly well was Purple Mood Esports. Been an interesting night, I think, for them, fair to say. Obviously, they had the 72 points throughout last night's matches through the 6 games. And now, coming into that last game just then, Russell, 11 points through 4 games. Not quite the same trend that they had set last night, but clearly they've been able to overcome whatever issues may have been plaguing them with a standout performance here where they picked up the 13 kills. They had a really solid amount of placement points as well. 17 points in that last game, really taking home points. Puts them on 28 for the night with 1 game to go. So clearly, you know, not backing up last night, but that game just then showed us that so far throughout this tournament, 2 nights in at the halfway point, I've seen the most out of this team more than anyone, and that's the best thing you can take into the weekend.
Yeah, and it wasn't a game from Purple Mood where they gained more momentum or recovered momentum easily either. They had to fight for that that position. They had to fight for their lives on the fence of the military base right there. You kind of questioned, and I mean, to be honest, I didn't really question it, but their spot on the north, they definitely had to do specific things to make that work on the north side of Sosnovka Island. They certainly did, putting themselves in a fantastic spot to go towards the east and then move towards that military base. It was excellently played by them. Wish we could have seen more, but eventually just became too much.
Yeah, and with that win as well from Armory Gaming, that will actually be their first. Hard to believe that with the way that they've been playing, but they've had a bunch of second places, a bunch of fourth places. They've clearly had a lot of kills going into that game. They actually had the most kills out of everyone inside of the final 16, which again, when you look at this lobby, that's insane. So for them to get their first win in those circumstances, you know, a little bit strange, but as I said before, I think a reward for the effort that we've seen from Armory Gaming throughout the tournament thus far, at least in the grand final portion, where they've been very, very solid. And I think it speaks volumes for again, the Thailand region. The top 3 teams for me, T5, AG, Purple Mood, no order there. I think they've been the standouts. I would then put like a line underneath those 3. It's not a thick line. We're not talking about like 10 lines to say, okay, well, gap, 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 then daylight, gap, gap, gap. But I just think those 3 for me have kind of been a little bit above everyone else. But again, the gap's not that big.
Crazy to think as well that this is the Armory Gaming that not only fought their way to, I believe they fought their way out of the group stage. Oh no, they just missed out in the group stage, but then they fought their way into the grand final from the last chance qualifiers. This is
that massive final game. Remember, Day Trade were hunting.
Yeah. They could have been out of it by now, but they pushed themselves into it, and now they're up there in that top 3, and it's fantastic to see them. I mean, we talked about evolutions of teams yesterday. I don't know if this is the final form of Armory, but they are certainly evolving at a rapid rate because they're putting themselves in fantastic spots. Their macro seems to be on point. Their plays seem to be on point. So they are certainly evolving incredibly quickly, and I'm very happy to see it, especially, again, for a team that might not have even been here in the first place.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking. Obviously, I don't have the updated stats from the prior game of Erangel, but going into that game, the entire top 4 actually were from Thailand. Only 1 team from Vietnam in the top 7, 2 in the top 8, I guess would have probably been fair to say. But again, in a lobby that is predominantly dominated by Thai teams and Vietnamese teams, we're going to be looking at those little battles and those little differences. Obviously, we are impartial, you and I. We're not really rooting for either side, but it's always fun to watch. But so far, I think Thailand's had the better dominance in this particular lobby outside of, and the surprise for me is the fact that it's Newhouse Esports that are kind of leading the front for Vietnam.
Yeah.
Cerberus, of course, without high mass, so not at full strength. We're aware of that, but it's been pretty much Thailand dominance.
It's looking like Thailand have, I mentioned this at the top of the show, but it's looking like they have a much higher floor than any other team in the lobby. If they're going to fail, it's not going to be a devastating failure all the time. They're going to have something to say for, even if they do make mistakes, which is scary to see if you're Vietnam, or any other region, because you look at that and you go, well, even when these guys don't perform well, they're still performing to a standard that it's hard for us to catch up to right now, which is devastating to think. But this is the last game, and of course we have 12 more to play. Vietnam still has plenty of chances to hit that peak we know they can.
Yeah, certainly so. Interestingly enough as well, between the two regions, only one of them is actually missing a team, and that's Day Trade. Even more interestingly, the GPT team for Thailand is actually not even in here, as they missed out from the LCQ, just barely 9th place, missing out. We head into Erangel, final game of the night, and what will then be, of course, the halfway point here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup Grand Finals. Hopefully everyone is enjoying. Wonderful playing path for our final game of the night as well. And look at that leaderboard. 100 points for PLM, but not far behind them. Armory Gaming, 98 points off that win. 94 points for T5. Buriram up into 4th. And there was that, remember, earlier on tonight, very slight moment. You almost were like going to throw them into that name bucket of those middle teams. Your Furies, your TEs, your Cerberuses. That Buriram were maybe not quite having the best of nights, and I was in agreement with you. Since that point, Russell, 1st with 7 kills, 4th with 6 kills, and then another 10-point game just then on Erangel. They flipped a switch since that moment, up into 4th now, and then FW. So rounding out the entire top 5 going into the final game tonight, all from Thailand. It's
crazy how individual teams can change up so much in terms of their performance, but also the gaps in the leaderboard aren't looking as harsh as they were earlier on in the night. The harshest one is, I believe, 9th to 10th, but everyone above that is looking pretty doable. It's looking not that bad, and even that 9th to 10th gap isn't too terrible. So the leaderboard's kind of evened out, which is great to see. It means that a lot of the teams on the lower end of it are going to be able to push themselves up. Almost potential for disaster for a couple teams there, but they both went their separate ways. They got their cars and they got out of there. Exo similar in their car. They'll go off and loot too. Let me pull up the map stream and see what I can see. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, no one's taken any fights or anything like that. The circle, however, now that is interesting. Not many teams inside that. It's not one that I think we've seen this tournament, or at least not one that could end up near Stalba or near where Tarnished is right now, around the eastern side of Severny. Personally, I love these circles. I think they're incredible to watch, especially if it ends around the terrain of Stalba. Watching teams fight around that terrain is always exceptional. But that said, there are not many teams inside that terrain right now, so X-Men and Purple Mood kind of have free reign of whatever they want at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. Like these circles, north side, especially whenever the Yazzie Pond is in play, Stalber, etc. Lots of open fields, some very crucial prior buildings that you kind of want as early as possible. Destroy using all of his ammunition there with the red dot SLR.
Ambitious.
Yeah, ambitious, but yeah, why not? At bottom 4, Unicorn Cyber finally having a good game, gets themselves out of the bottom 3, which, by the way, then shifted NGE into said bottom 3. And look, a good game from X-Men and RXC could actually put NGE in the bottom by the end of this game. It's been a disaster night for them. 5 points through 5 games for New Generation Esport. They've got the capabilities. They're a team that's got some real talent. They have not been able to showcase it to their desire here in the grand final so far. X-Men, yeah, disappointing as well. We know how good they were in the group stage. I think for Rapsiak, we have probably lesser expectations, no disrespect, but a team that, firstly have a lot of fun. Secondly, they've been in a lot of hot drops, and they're partial to that. They're a big reason as to why, but out of the rest of this lobby, and again, the reminder that for a team like Rapsiak, they're only here because Genius Esports, the top team from Vietnam, couldn't participate in the tournament, so they got shifted up. So again, little to no expectations for RXC, and so they're just having fun, and as fun as they've been, we enjoy their presence.
We do. I mean, it's very rough to look at that leaderboard and see how close RXE are to NGE and X-Men when RXE has majority of their games been focused on a hot drop at the start. No matter how you slice it, they've been hindered, and still NGE and X-Men are that close to a team who's limited themselves as much as RXE has. It's incredibly hard to look at it that way. And if you wanted to go that extra mile and label them as a team that's having fun, it's even worse for NGE and X-Men, because you can guarantee those two teams, I mean, NGE is thinking what the hell's going on, X-Men is probably thinking the same thing. They're trying to figure it out, they just haven't yet.
Hang on a second here, 6, 7, 8, 9, is he going to spot out Tarnished?
Oh, God.
16 to be 15th here on the leaderboard, looking to scout out this compound. Now, he's got to be very, very careful. Did he spot him through the window? Briefly, don't think so.
What a
and the
pull-up.
slow drive-by means that Tarnish doesn't actually know.
Yeah.
Because he has not been actually driving the Dacia for a little while here. So slow pull-up. I mean, this is the right way to play it for 6, 7, 8, 9. Slow pull-up, then fast from Bao LP. And I like this. Yeah, I mean, well, he doesn't even need to drive past. At this point, he's already got the attention of Tarnish. 6, 7, 8, 9 has spotted him, jumping around. He has not been spotted back, though, by Tarnish. Headshot. That's coming in from the rest of the drive-by of RXE. Thanahan, wonderful play here from Rapziak Esports. Loved that from 6, 7, 8, 9 as well. The slow pull-in did not give away his position. He came in super early, got into a good position. Then I loved the fast drive-by from Bao LP to then draw someone out, looking to defend the building. I think they played that well.
I thought that was a misplay from Bao, because I think if he pulls up at the same spot that his other teammates are at, even on the same side of that compound, that's that element of surprise gone if Tarnish looks that way and spots those players aiming him up. Thankfully, Thanahan was off in the distance. I think the best play for Bao to do there was drive off into the distance and give Tarnish that false sense of security that he can then be totally exploited for. But it works out. Thanahan in the distance is probably what they were banking on anyway because of the position that Tarnish was in. So it works out in the end, but yeah, a little bit dodgy.
Shots here as well, a little bit of a roadblock. Exoclan onto Biraram, and Can already falls. Kanaxi, he can't make it through the roadblock either without paying the toll, and the toll is his life. Nordra and Edie now as the duo gave the praise to Biraram coming into this game, but it's going to be a short-lived one in terms of points potential now. Still 2 players alive, but a little bit more difficult. From the conclusion of the last game, where I think arguably, Russ, they should have come away with the win, to then the start of this game. Yeah, it's been an interesting Erangel for Biraram, but they're in 4th. They're in the conversation halfway through the tournament. They'll be more than okay heading into the weekend. They'll be able to sleep more than fine tonight.
That looked intentional from Exo too. Very intentional. Quick couple
specific
kills back
target onto Biraram, or just an intentional roadblock?
Intentional roadblock.
Oh, Bud Light Purple Mood.
Whole Dynasty too.
Yeah,
What other names do you
Dynasty.
expect to see in the kill feed other than him and Riz?
Yeah, if it's going to be from Armory Gaming, it's probably going to be from Dynasty. And again, Purple Mood, that's their night done after we gave them a shout out. So that's
That
Purple Mood
pushes-
and Biraram, the shout outs. And they've both unfortunately succumbed early here. They're 72 points last night, which means it's not quite been the same sort of night. 29 points for night 2. So that's a big discrepancy for Purple Mood. Fortunately for them, a good spread of points in this lobby, especially from like 1 to 10, 1 to 11 even. Which means that it's not as if like 2 or 3 other teams went and had a 70-point night. And so they are still in a really good position halfway through the tournament.
Pushes Armory into 1st. Take out the team in 1st, and if you're that close, well, you'll take that spot. T5 eyeing up that spot currently. Fury is their barrier for the moment. Looks like they're going to rotate towards the north and try go towards the beach, which Fury is not prepared for at all. Flood is the only one here, but Rossiter and his teammates behind him are just going to dip behind the cover of the ridge. Or they're going to breach. Flood, the solo on the northern side. He's going to cop it all. Rossiter Jr. and his teammates pull up, and Flood is quickly out of there. There is a chance that he can get away with this with his life, but he's decided to stick around at half HP and take the fight. You can't blame him. Look at the angles he has to work with. They're so rough. He has to make this run, and he has. I think that's probably his life saved, but you know that T5 are going to be so aware of how close he is. They might even choose to make the push, although I don't know if it's the smartest thing. Luckily, Flood, he gets away with it.
Yeah, I think Flood is very, very fortunate there. I'd be very surprised if Teratom 5 get overzealous and look to push through Severny to go hunting down for one player, knowing that they'll get shot at as well on the backside from Fury. I think T5 will be probably kicking themselves a little bit. Just the 11 kills from the 11 matches for Thanatol. As Huang Long gets eliminated by Raze. Yeah, they want to see Thanatos reach his absolute peak. Such a star player in the modern era of PUBG from not just Thailand, but for all of APAC. It's actually Thunders from Purple Mood that's leading the entire lobby for kills. 24. Riz just behind him on 22. Obviously, Purple Mood losing Thunders and while losing the entire team. Let's open the door for the likes of Riz. Maybe become the kill leader on a tournament he's had as well. Sneak attack with the Mark 12. Trying to see if he can get some shots over the Delwyn and the Expendables, and that's Sven Nye that wins this battle. NGE need the points. TE need the form building because they've been a little bit all over the place. 11 matches for 777, just the one kill. Ackerman, here's roadblock number 2 for Bureau Ram, but Edie's got his ticket. He can get through the roadblock without paying with his life.
Oh, Hiker might cop it though. Nawaja was a lot closer than he thought he'd be. EXO, they need to kind of regroup now. They've lost a lot of info. They didn't know Nawaja was close. Akita's got that high ground compound. Unless they're confident to take these drive-by fights, I'd recommend getting out of there. Unicorn Cyber, say hello to QC's defense up in this warehouse. One of the most priority positions in a zone like this. That and what the compound that X-Men has on the side of your mini-map. But right now, Unicorn Cyber, they wanted it. They wanted it so bad because they know how good it is. But it was, I mean, it was entirely occupied by, I believe it was a 4-man. Maybe Q-Confirm lost one, I couldn't actually see. But look at that circle. That's exactly why that compound is so desirable.
Yep. Look at that circle shift. And no one on the south side either. So you think about like Roshawk Bridge pushing over, all those compounds as well, north of Ros, all completely vacant, all very much playable. Even like south of shooting range is such a good spot too. Such a large emphasis on that last zone for the teams around Stalba. Which, is that an overcommit? I don't know. It's hard to say. In hindsight is what we're using. It's really easy to kind of like be like, oh, why is there not more teams here? But you know, those kind of circles, crossing that main road from Severny to Yazdai is never easy. I think teams maybe not wanting to play the more open field nature of a potential circle finish around the Yaz Pond. Very up for QC, no cheeksing. And warehouse, good spot. This is always one of the more intriguing positions. This warehouse outside of Severny. It's all about defending it more than anything. You can't really play outside of it. Too many sight lines on this warehouse. If you can defend it though, well, you can definitely have a good game from this position. But time and time again, we see this kind of warehouse just gets swapped in terms of ownership. One team pushes it, takes it, then another team pushes it, takes it, and so on. In a circle like this, it can invite the pressure. There's not much outside of that building. So if teams want to force it, then I think they will force it in there.
I mean, it's one of those spots where, again, the only way to actually take ownership of it, unless you're talking late game, you know, within the first few phases, is to just breach straight into it. That's the only way you're going to take ownership. There's no room, no time for a slow approach, you know, a coordinated approach where you have one anchor and 3 people pushing up. No time for that, no room for that. Everyone else is going to be looking at you. So you just have to kind of breach into it and hope that it works out. And it will be incredibly hectic when you make that breach. Didn't work out for the team fighting Q-Confirm for it. Idie loses it. Not to EXO this time, but to FW. Nordra's sticking around as well. Well, I mean, you may as well. Last game of the night. Try to get something. I mean, you want a couple points from any game you play. And I think he realizes this is probably a decent opportunity to get one. I think he drove his car away and then got out of it silently. And he sees the buggy as well. We have to hit this. Wouldn't expect him to miss it. Sixax fights back. Malaja will take the left angle, confirm his kill. Hopefully confirm his kill, and maybe double up if Sixax gets in the line of sight. I don't think he's going to confirm his kill. Oh my god, that Banana One's health bar is non-existent. Oh, one. Actually one.
Actually one. As if it was not going to be anything else, Russell.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to be 0, otherwise he'd be knocked. Gets the first aid kit off. 3 kills for FW Esports, looking to finish the night off in a good fashion. 4 players as well, to the good. What do we get from phase number 3 with the conclusion of P2? James gets shot at by 6789 of Rapsiek. And just over towards the base of Stalba, up towards the north side. Do we get a northern shift? No, south we go. What a change in direction for this game. Felt like, and the server felt like, it was going to be a Stelba kind of finish, maybe north of Yaz Pond, base of Stelba. You think about those kind of layers upon layers coming down the hill of Stelba. You can have many different fights on many different levels. Instead, it just goes south. You get the quads at the crossroad south of Severny. You got the petrol station. That's going to become a big point as well, south side of this zone. Love the wrap as well for FW coming out, like north of Roshawk. We've got the pickup system as well that just got used by T5. And they've found themselves a decent little spot.
That bunker. Nice 2-2. I mean, I guess Rossard and his teammate can't really do much from that bunker. Pop their head up.
My God.
My God, we playing skate? What's going on?
Oh my. Are they on ice?
Yeah, legit. Leo tried to run away from the shots, but no chance. Upchen probably made the smarter play there, sitting behind the car in smokes, but it doesn't matter. X-Men obliterated.
Wow.
15th place, finalized on night 2. A continuation of disastrous form from a team that we expected a lot more from.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for them is they had a better night tonight than last night by 2 points. 12 points from night 1, 14 points from night 2. But,
Progress.
I mean, all jokes aside, I mean, they're such a good team. This is the, like, I will say this, devil's advocate, every team in this lobby is such a good team. And someone has to be last. Someone has to have a bit of a struggle. And it's just unfortunate that it is for X-Men.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're a team that we don't know, you know, there's not many historical results from them. So we're looking at the individual players. We're looking at the individual players and going, okay, on paper, those guys can do real damage, similar to Fury, who's not a real team, but the individuals can do a lot of damage. But if it's not going to mesh, it's not going to mesh. If you're not going to familiarize yourself with the lobby, then it's just not going to happen. Fury and DK rotating right next to each other. DK, though, they're putting themselves right ahead of them.
And Tenko Gaming, 34 points. An opportunity maybe for Cow if he just holds it a little longer. No, don't think he ever spotted him. Owen is obviously known that his position is there. And then, yeah, as soon as Cal finally gets out of his vehicle, turns around, gets the kill. Vehicle blows up. Smell trying to drive away. Cal doesn't give up with the M416 and pulls out the Mark 12, but I think we're going to see Smell live and get away just around the shooting range vicinity. Thanahan knocked by Opons. You see holding the north side of the circle. It's a good spread in terms of player locations and team locations for phase 3. P4, where do we go? North side. Big shift up. Good news there for UNC, playing the quads and the crossroad. Good spot. They're on the right side of the road as well. The only downside is that they are just a duo, so they can't really control the entire compound. If Yuri can scout the quads from here, they can actually send it in and then push up eventually out of them, up north in towards this next circle. There's a good pathway here for Fury.
Oh. QC tried to spread, and I don't blame them. Absolutely, you'll do it. But Armory Gaming, too much pressure. No point in sticking around. They'll give it up. By the way, Armory Gaming, never mind, moving to this bunker. I wondered how good it would be, and when it's 4 versus 2, there's not much you can really do. Not much space for many people to maneuver around, and that probably doesn't help T5's luck in that spot. Newhouse do their best. They trade it out. 2 people go down, but they wipe all the players they need to. So perfectly done from them. Never mind. More action. I'm trying to get this analysis off, but I can't. Too much is going on. This Petty is obviously incredibly influential in a zone like this. TE was the previous occupants, and they're doing their best to defend it. FW spreading themselves around, trying to get as many angles as they probably can, shooting at the feet, shooting at people through the windows of the Petty. Hasn't really worked out from them so far. TE putting up a decent defense.
Banana 1 sending it in with the frag grenades as the entry. Factory's getting the elimination onto 6. Sacks confirmed. Tamvu gets revived as well. It's only the 2 for FW. Now, a reminder, the Petty's not inside of this next circle here for phase 4. So this really does need to be a bit of a stopping point. Nade thrown out from Tamvu. Very nicely done, but Banana 1 just kept on driving by. Where do you go from here? Should add, by the way, I said Fury would go maybe into the quads up to the north. Well, they've just skipped the quads. They've gone up north. Good zone control for them from the western side up to the northern side. Good little angle here as well for Banana 1. He's actually in the zone. Raze can actually come to his spot as well. Lands the heady. And Rays will look to group up with Banana One. So now the onus now is on the Expendables to get out of the petty. And where do they go from here? They won't have a whole lot of information, not a whole lot of vision.
Nothing's free either. Cerberus is their likely next spot. I wonder if TE... I mean, you can imagine TE knows Cerberus is there. They can make this South Wrap work as well, especially if they know Banana One is a solo. This plateau can definitely work. If you've got cars as well, it'll be even better. And they're just making their own cover, making their own spot on the side of this zone. Undoubtedly, they'll lose their cars here, but they are in. And if this is something they want to submit to, well, it's not like they can change now. They've lost Tanvu, or he's gone down at least. They're on the edge of zone. Smokes are going up. Those tires are undoubtedly going to get popped. And in a zone like this, you can't help but think there was maybe a better spot where they could save their cars. Actually, to be honest with you, I actually like this from TE. I feel like they realize they can't go any further. So park up, smoke up to protect your cars you know you're going to need, and then move from there. Unlucky for them, FW's close enough to nade.
Yeah, and also unlucky for them that Insight and Exo had really good angles from a distance as well. Those are really the two main factors that have kind of been their undoing. And now it's a blown up car fort with the blue very close to them, as you can see. That will be moving in 25 seconds as well. And a lot of teams will do just that, get moving sooner rather than later. Once he's going to get revived. Nice shots from Duck Juice. I mean, they've done well to withstand the pressure. And now try and put a bit of pressure back onto FW, the duo closest to them, who are also getting pressured by T5 on the other side. So all the pressure right now for Banana One, and Raise the spray from 777. Just has the one kill through 11 games played. Running out into the road, and he just gets absolutely peppered. It's a rough grand final performance for 777. Not though for Tanvu. Gets through to Raise. 3 kills for TE. FW gone. And 3 of our top 5 teams eliminated here in the final game of the night. That's certainly going to shape the leaderboard up nicely from a viewership perspective.
Yep.
And AG down to 2, T5 down to 1. The entire top 5 in shambles.
That's the manliest res I've ever seen, by the way, from Tanvu there onto 777 in the open on the road. Everyone else occupied, not really looking that way, but they still have another push to make. T5 is their next opponent, and they've set themselves up on a much better road ridge than TE have to work with, and a couple teams will combine TE. Decent fight, liked their play to just sit up on the edge and try to get something done from there. Leapfrog as soon as the next zone popped, and they did kind of well, but not well enough. RXC, they're sat in that shack. EXO, I thought they'd go that way, but they're going to put themselves up on that plateau and take fights. They have to do so much here, do EXO, and cars are so important in that spot that they've taken, but there's too many teams looking their way. Cars don't even matter. You position yourself on one side of the car, but you're going to get shot at from the other side too. So hard to find a spot in this zone that's not going to be shot at from any team. Teams with high ground, teams with low ground, RXC stuck in the shack. It doesn't matter. There's just not much space available.
No, there isn't. By the way, Rapsiak might end up getting their second game this entire grand final where they get some placement points. If they can just hold on here. They don't really have to hold on. Good position. No one's really close to them. A lot of shots into the direction of NGE. 10 more seconds until phase number 6. Fury down to just 2 players. I don't think they're going to be content with the way tonight has gone.
Nope.
There's that circle shift. Does it go north again? It does. Q confirmed. Getting themselves maybe one final reprieve for the night to close the night off in a good vicinity. They've got themselves a compound. They've got themselves the circle. No real major threats near them. A couple of wounded teams. 2-man AG, a 2-man Fury who are driving away from that north shift of Q confirmed. Never mind, they double back, they U-turn, play the tree like this inside of the circle.
I mean, where
and
else to
also
go?
not really in the vision of the warehouse either.
They can't go anywhere else, I don't think. Low side of the hill wouldn't work. This is their only option. It was their safe haven. RXC, a little bit of end game action from them. Finally get to see what they can do with DMRs at range, peppering teams stuck behind their car cover. NGE copying it at the moment. A nade coming out from Petret onto Fury. He's the only one dealing with them right now, but his teammates are covering from afar. I said this was the only spot Fury can take, and I think I mean that. I don't think there's anywhere else they could have positioned themselves that would be better than this, but even this is terrible for them. Q-Confirm can completely run them over with the amount of control that they have. Armory Gaming is getting a little bit frisky below Q-Confirm, but they are fully stuck in that shack. So Fury will just have to cop it, and they move from a bad spot to arguably a worse spot, but I can't blame them. They'll go down, but I don't know what they really could have done. And Q-Confirm, again, you can see, keeping full control over every team around them.
It's just going to be a case of who do you die to more than can you survive, can you go here, should you have done that. There was not really anything that Fury were going to be able to do from that situation. 7 teams remaining, 19 alive. Danahan loses his life. Good spray from U-Dirt. 8 kills now for Newhouse Esports. They're good at winning, but they're also able to find kills. Not going to win this game, but they got 8 kills from it. 82 points, good place to finish off for the night. Really leading the way for Vietnam and leading it strongly. For Q confirmed. And when you kind of look at that leaderboard outside of Armory Gaming, there's a lot of dead teams above them. So a chance to close that gap. Nice shot from Opons. Tag onto Fap. Dynasty knocked by Leon's. AG just hanging on with the 2 players inside of the shack. They've not only been able to get 6 kills, but now into the top 5.
Yeah.
So scraping together some really solid points here for Armory Gaming. And they will go into the weekend, the halfway mark of this tournament, in first place.
Right now, though, everyone at the whim of Q-Confirm. Pet Dread is so far extended on the western side of this zone, which is fantastic to see. He's doing so much damage from his position, and obviously the high ground of his other 2 teammates is doing a lot of the work as well. Ammo being shared. Armory Gaming completely isolated. No options. They are fed, so that could confirm them a 2nd or a 3rd place. But they won't be happy about it. They want to fight. They want to push out and get something done. They might be able to do it against teams below them, but not against Q-Confirm. Now I'm worried about Pet Dread. Although I say that, and I'm not actually sure that anyone has cars. RXC, DK, they certainly don't have cars. Nothing to work with to assault Pet Dread quickly, and Pet Dread's going to back off as well. I think there's just so much info gained from the top of this warehouse that Q-Confirm are sitting so... I mean, it's just leisurely for them. I don't think there's much stress. They can see, I think if you look to Leon's right, they can see the entirety of that cross up towards where Pet Dread was previously holding. He's coming back now. But I think they have all of that info. They know where most of these teams are. RXC might try and be sneaky and wrap the West, but I think Q-Confirm are going to see that. And for that reason, I mean, damn, I don't want to pencil them in as the winners, because as soon as it comes down to Armory or NGE versus Q-Confirm, it could go either way. But right now, they are controlling everything.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to pencil them in as the winners, but they're certainly leading the race. Still a long way to go. Things can change very quickly. RXC down to just Bao, LP, and Vinasu. Smell and Vinamilk. Danko, so a little 2v2 action. Blue zone, though, strong. Petra, the angle, even stronger. He grouped back up at the warehouse. Leon's knocked, though, by Hakai. Not sure how that is an angle that was found. Fat, though, he gets the kill double with that nade to wipe out Armory Gaming. Petret does get the bleed out on the Vidasu as well. So down to the final 4 teams remaining. RXC down to 1. Opons, good response onto Hakai. After Leon's got knocked, they get the revive through Petret. 8 kills for QC. RXC gone in 4th. 3 teams remain. Finally, we see NGE have a standout performance. Leon's long-range shots landing nicely on the Vinamilk.
So clean. So composed as well.
Well, NGE, they're going to make a push. They've got to do something.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. This is when it can turn around. If it's going to, this is where it has to. That's it. 2 teams remaining. NGE versus Q-Confirm. They were in control, and NGE, unfortunately for them, are stuck inside the shack. You have to wonder now whether there was a timing they could have left, whether one of them could have ran down towards where Opons is now or done something, put up smokes to prepare for this eventual 3v3. But none of them did. Stuck in the shack, copping headshots through the window. One of them is low. It could catch Opons out, but I can't. Now I'm very close to penciling Q-Confirm in. The only question, I suppose, is Hungfo Do rotating with this card.
Got no idea. Oh, he's alive. He can fight back. He goes for the peak. Could have maybe played the tree and waited for Fap and Van Nye to maybe help out. Fap gets knocked as well by Petret. It's only Van Nye remaining. really no world in which Q Confirmed ever should have really lost this game, but they still had to do their due diligence, still had to hit some good shots. Really good play. Petre on one side, Opon's on the other. 14 kill win for Q Confirmed. That gets them to 70 points and sneaks them into the top 8 halfway through the tournament here in the grand finals. Pushes Fury out of the top 8 as well altogether. Really, really strong performance from QC to close the night out.
Little bit of what we know Q Confirm can do. They copped a bit of the circle, but 14 kills. You'll always hear me say, if you can get that amount of kills while being fed the circle, you've done something right. You've done it exceptionally. And I guess the name of that game is control. I mean, you saw Petre alone on the western side of zone, doing everything to pressure the teams that could have potentially pushed up that way. And then obviously remaining on top of that warehouse roof was enough to control the rest of the zone. Perfect from Q Confirm.
Yeah. QC, by the way, we're bottom 4 coming into tonight, Russell.
Oh, wow.
As I say that, you're probably a little bit surprised. I am too, even just looking at it and seeing. In fairness, we only had played the 6 games and, you know, they were only like 20 points away from the top 5. But, you know, that's the position they found themselves in after 6 games. They only got the 20 points. Well, tonight, through their 6 games, they picked up 50. So a nice turnaround for Q Confirmed. Evidently, the majority of those points coming in the last game, but still clearly a much better night tonight altogether for Q Confirmed. Gets them into the top 8. They're in the conversation. You know, halfway through a tournament, 12 games to go, and you're only, what, 30 to 35 points behind top spot? Yeah, you're in the conversation. And they showed tonight they can clearly go to a higher level than what we saw on the opening night. And that's probably been the case for some of the teams. Yep. But right now, Armory Gaming clearly out in front by a couple of points. The top 3 is a bit of a top 3, but I think last I was able to see on the leaderboard, I think it was like 20 points the gap from 1st to 4th. So there's a little bit of a gap that could start to form if those top 2, top 3 teams continue to have their way with this lobby.
I'm trying to figure out what Armory Gaming started in at the start of this day, because obviously they're in first
58
now.
points in second.
So, I mean, it's just pure consistency then. I mean,
so,
like...
That's like a 50-point night as well. I mean, I don't think... I off the top of my head here, and we haven't had the leaderboard, and I haven't done the calculations, but I don't think we've had any, like, 70-point nights tonight, like as in tonight. Like, I don't think a team went and got 70 points. So I think we've had a lot of kind of like, you know, 50-pointers. We've clearly had that. It's been really solid in terms of, I think, all of the top, especially top 8 teams, all having good nights. But probably no one that went and had like a massive pop-off night. I think this was Armory Gaming stats, obviously prior to the last game, as they've cracked triple digits. But yeah, really, really strong performance from them throughout this tournament. You know, they had the 58 points on night 1. They backed it up again on night 2. So I think they've been, arguably, they're in first, probably been the most consistent team so far in the grand final.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it. They have been the most consistent team. Couple 50-point nights, crack those triple digits. I mean, PLM, yeah, they had that 70-point night, but consistency probably wouldn't be the word we'd use to describe them, and at least not right now. Maybe going into these last 2 nights, we could use that word for them. But yeah, Armory Gaming, I mean, they've just been the highlight for me, not only on the leaderboard, but just looking at them, watching them play. It's beautiful, I guess. It's beautiful PUBG to watch. Hasn't been perfect all the way through, and there's only a couple games that at least come to mind right now that I think they played exceptionally well in. But yeah, it's just been really fun to watch them. Watching good PUBG is just always fun, and Armory Gaming right now, if you're going to VOD review anyone, VOD review them.
Yeah, a sensational night. We'll go to the leaderboard to close out the second night here of the grand finals for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. They are indeed in first place, as we've been talking about them at length, for Armory Gaming, 107 total points. And they do lead the way in terms of kills and placement points. So leading in both categories, albeit tied with Purple Mood in terms of the kill points. You can clearly see how close it is between those two. Just the 6 points. Purple Mood just as sensational. But a lot of their work was done last night. Big discrepancy. T5 very clean over the 2 nights as well. 55 points on night 1. I guess that's 42 points on night 2. So again, a bit of that consistency. And then this is what I was talking about. There's that little drop to Buriram, right? 25 points behind AG, but from Buriram down to, you know, your TEs, for example, the gap isn't that massive. So as we continue, and as really any kind of long-form tournament does, you will establish these kind of gaps and these dominances. And so what that means is, for those teams from, you know, 4 to 10, 4 to 11 or so, you can start to see that by the weekend and going into the next night, you need to start to perform. Otherwise, your AGs, your Purple Moods, T5s, they will break away.
all of Thailand on the left side and only one Vietnam on the left side. If you're Vietnam right now, you're looking at 6 red circles in a row on the right side and thinking, what the hell is happening? How are we letting Thailand run away with it this badly? New house, I mean, they've been fed a couple times, and obviously I've credited them for those wins because they're great wins, but if they hadn't been as lucky with those circles, maybe they'd also be on the right side of the leaderboard, and it would just be all Thailand and then maybe one EXO or Fury. It's crazy to look at that, but it is a very stark contrast, I think I have to point out.
Yeah, certainly. It's disappointing for X-Men at the moment. Last place through the halfway portion of this grand final, but time to maybe turn things around. I guess their goal, and the goal for any of those teams in the bottom 5 is, can we get top 11? Because then from there, obviously, each place changes the money. So if you're 16th, 15th, 14th, etc., that's kind of like what you're aiming for is, can we get into the top 11? I think X-Men are good enough they can do that. But yeah, interesting to see kind of the leaderboard there visually, just how much Thailand is dominating this grand final right now, even without their GPT team actually in. Of course, I'm sure there's some Vietnam fans that are like, well, there's no high mass. Of course, there isn't. So I think Cerberus clearly not at their best. If they had high mass, they'd 100% be on the top 8. So really, that concludes us for tonight. Now, reminder, tomorrow night, no action, but we return on the weekend to close out the grand final here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Now, don't be like me. Don't get all silly. I got my broken arm. There was someone in the chat, by the way, the other night that said, why does Xenox have a seatbelt on? It is just a sling. It's just a sling. I'm not wearing a seatbelt at home. I'm safe at home. Obviously, I wasn't safe out there. Hopefully, you all are safe out there, and we'll see you on the weekend for the rest of the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We started off with an absolute banger, had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's 1. That's 2 there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza, it's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. On to Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Brain spotted, top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! Onto Levin.